Okay, we've been going over we as Israelites are warriors, but we got to be humble before the Most High, and that's what we're looking at now, um, going into. And it's very important that we see this because everything's a balance. It's a balance with the Most High, and it's got to be with us. Up and down, in and out, and that's why I'm gonna start off with it. Colossians 3:17, and whatsoever you do in word or do, or deed, excuse me, do all by Hashem Mashiach Yahushai, giving thanks to the Most High and the Father by Hashem Mashiach Yahushai. So in the name of the Lord and Savior, we're going to do everything. Everything we say and everything we do going to be in the name of the Lord and Savior. We give thanks to the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob for everything. For he's worthy to be praised for everything. Hallelujah, to his glorious and holy name. So I want to start off with Ecclesiastes, the third chapter, just to show you that there is a balance to everything. So Ecclesiastes, the third chapter, it says, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose. Right? A time to every purpose under the heaven. Right? So further reading, it says, a time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted. Shabbat Shalom. Welcome, everyone. Shabbat. Welcome. It's a time to be born. We're in Ecclesiastes, the third chapter. Reading from one down. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted. Harvest. A time to kill and a time to heal. There's a balance here that we see in here. A time to break down and a time to build up. A time to weep, cry, and a time to laugh. You see the balance here? A time to mourn and a time to dance. So dancing is all right. A time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. Push people away now. You got to take the hand. Nah. A time to get and a time to lose. A time to keep and a time to cast away. A time to rend, like we rented our clothes when we, in humility, and a time to sow. Sow it up. A time to keep silent, be quiet, shut up, and a time to speak. A time to love and a time to hate. A time of war and a time of peace. You see the scenario of the balance here? See, so I wanted to start with that because I started off with giving the a lot of the understanding of our forefathers, Abraham, Jacob, Joseph, Moses, David, and Solomon. You see, I went through a lot of scriptures in the beginning of these lessons last night that you can go, on my YouTube page and look at, and even went to Ahab, when he cried and humbled himself, his wicked butt, to the Most High, that the Most High allowed him not to be dealt with the judgment, but he still put him to death. We had that council with the angels in heaven, and one said, hey, how come I'll go down and I'll lie to all his prophets that he'll die at Ramoth Gilead. That's how the Most High operates. So we've seen that also. So now we want to continue with who I'm going to deal with. Let's go to Josiah. Go to 2 Kings, the 22nd chapter. We're looking at, we warriors, But we still got to have that balance of love and humility. Is very important before the Most High. 2 Kings 22 and verse 18. Well, let's look at verse 15. 2 Kings, let's start at verse 15. And she said unto him, thus said the Most High power of Israel, tell the man that sent you to me. Thus said the Most High, behold, I will bring evil upon this place and upon the inhabitants thereof, even all the words of the book which the king of Judah hath read, because they have forsaken me. See that? It's very important. We can't forsake the Most High and have burned incense unto other gods, other idols, that they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands. Therefore, my wrath shall be kindled against this place and shall not be quenched. You see, so that don't sound like a lot of love to me, but there's a reason why the Most High say his wrath and his anger is against them, because they burnt incense unto other gods, other idols. You see, that they might provoke the Most High to anger with all the works of their hands. Therefore, my wrath shall be kindled against this place and shall not be quenched. But to the king of Judah, which sent you to inquire of the Most High, thus shall ye say to him, thus said the Most High power of Israel. Understand this. The Most High can say he's the power of every nation, but he said he's the power of Israel. That's why he's the power of Abraham, who had a son named Isaac, who had a son named Jacob, changed to Israel, and we became the Israelites. You understand? The 12 tribes of Israel. So he said, as touching the words which thou hast heard, thus say the Most High of Israel, as touching the words which thou hast heard. He said, because thine heart was tender, his mind was tender, he had a humility about himself, and thou hast humbled thyself, as we're looking at, before the Most High. When thou heardest what I spake against this place, like the Most High, we know that the Most High has prophesied in this Bible to burn this place up. But he said, it's prophesied, you done heard it. If you ain't heard it, I don't know where you've been. But this place gonna be burnt up too. The eyes of the Most High upon the sinful kingdom. Amos 9 and 8. It ain't going nowhere. He said, I will destroy it from out the face of the earth. Straight up. So it says, because thine heart, which is your mind, the way you think, was tender, and thou hast humbled thyself before the Most High. When are you not before the Most High, if I might say? Because a lot of you think that the Most High don't see me. That's why I did a lesson on, them you don't see me people. So it says, he told him, he said, because thine heart was tender, your mind was tender, and thou hast humbled thyself before the Most High. When thou heardest what I spake against this place and against the inhabitants thereof, against the killing the people that's in the land, that they should become a desolation and a curse, and has rent thy clothes. He tore his clothes, like he said, it's time to rent, time to sow, right? He rent his clothes in humility. And wept before me, cried before the Most High. And we just had a fast, I was telling everybody to cry to the Most High. This is how we get his attention. This is how he have pity on us. Ain't no pride in this at all. You hear what he's saying? Listen, these are solutions that we can look in this Bible for, that our answers given us right here in this word that works. This is what he said. Because thine heart, I got to read it again because it's very important that this sink into your mind to realize what works with the Most High, because people are not teaching what works with the Most High. How do we get his attention? He said, because thou heart, which is the way you think, your thoughts are tender, and thou hast humbled thyself before the Most High. when thou heardest what I spake against this place. You know what the Most High is speaking against this place. You want to bring it on home? I just told you in Amos 9 and 8. It ain't going nowhere. You can read it for yourself. You say, yeah, he say, you're going to save 1/3 of the 12 tribes of Israel. The least shall not fall upon the ground. You see, that's 1/3 of the 12 tribes of Israel. But he humbled himself before the Most High, like we have to humble ourselves before the Most High, when thou heardest what I spake against this place and against the inhabitants thereof, that they should become a desolation and a curse, and has rent thy clothes and wept before me, cried before the Most High. I did lessons on crying to the Most High. I also have heard thee, said the Most High. Now, how are you hearing you with your prideful self? How's he really hearing you? Think about it. He said, behold, therefore I will gather thee unto thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered into thy grave in peace. You see? So you're going to have peace. It's the peace we want. At least I want. I don't know what you want, but I want this peace from the Most High. And thine eyes shall not see all the evil which I will bring upon this place. And they brought the king word again. You see? This is what works. But you see what it said? And thou hast humbled thyself before the Most High. This is what works. It was a spirit showing me. Hopefully, some of you will see it in 2 Chronicles 34. 2 Chronicles 30, the 34th chapter. I mean, we gonna do what we gonna do, but we got to know what to do. Touch the Most High Spirit. Make him feel for us. 2 Chronicles 34 and 26. You know, the Most High speak once, yea, twice, may perceive it not. So it says, and as for the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Most High, so shall you say unto him, thus said the Most High power of Israel, concerning the words which thou hast heard. Because thine heart was tender, and thou didst humble thyself before the Most High, when thou heardest his words against this place, and against the inhabitants thereof, the people that was there, and humbled thyself before me. I mean, like I said, Most High speak once, yea, twice, and man perceive it not. So he's saying it again, so it'll sink in another place here. It's excuse me, in 2 Chronicles. He said, and humbled thyself before me, before the Most High, and didst rend thy clothes. He tore his clothes. This was a sign of humility. So what we would do, we would tear our clothes. Most High wants us to tear our minds up right now. Rend our minds so that we can be acceptable to him. So he tore his clothes, rent his clothes, and we before me, he was crying to the Most High. I have even heard thee also, said the Most High. Solutions, 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 right here. Behold, I will gather thee to thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered to thy grave in peace. Neither shall thine eyes see all the evil that I will bring upon this place. Now, the Most High, he do not bring evil, even though he created evil for those that do evil. So they did something for the Most High to bring this judgment upon them. And as we've seen in 2 Kings, going to verse 24 of 2 Chronicles, the 34th chapter, it says, thus said the Most High, behold, I will bring evil upon this place and upon the inhabitants thereof. That's the people. Even all the curses that are written in the book, which they have read before the king of Judah, because they have forsaken me. You see? That's why it's important for us to learn it, live it and apply this truth in our life every day, 24, especially now. We could be on the verge of World War III. But all that you are enjoying in your pleasure zones, in your pleasure can be eradicated. Like he's saying right here. We on the verge, knocking at the door. Thus said the Most High, behold, I will bring evil upon this place and upon the inhabitants thereof. That's the people. That's the people. Even all the curses that are written in the book, which they have read before the king of Judah, because they have forsaken me and have burned incense unto other gods. And that's the problem that we have with our people now. They don't realize that they're dealing with other gods, idols. Remember Psalms 96:5 says, for all the gods of the nations are idols. So if you don't look at and do a self-examination of yourself to see, am I following the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as what he says we should be doing when he wrote the laws with his finger? Or are we following something that's tradition of man? That man created or woman created or somebody created that you following and indoctrinating yourself, even your own thinking, making your own mind be an idol. You see, it's very important that you know what the scripture says and you operate according to thus say the Most High. That's why he said, let the Most High be true and every man a liar, as it is written. So as it is written, this is how you conduct yourself, to do a self-examination of yourself to see if you in the spirit or you out of the spirit. You see? That's why he's saying. He said, because they have forsaken me and have burned incense unto other gods, other idols, that they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands, the things that they're doing. So you got to look at this. Therefore, my wrath shall be poured out upon this place and shall not be quenched. You see? That's why. So you think the Most High going to love this place with all the abominations that's going on right now? Well, he told us, Revelations 18:4. Revelation 18:4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins. You hear that? We're not supposed to be partakers of America's sins or wherever we scattered. Their sins. Sin is the transgression of the Most High's laws. And that you receive not of her plagues. We're dealing with plagues right now. Whether you want to accept it or not. The Most High say he's going to bring plagues on this earth. This is a plague right now. That you receive not of her plagues. So now the Most High plaguing people. And are you going to wake up or are you going to still stay the same? Go back to where you was at in dumbology, nothingology, because that's what it is. If you ain't dealing with the truth, the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High says that for her sins have reached unto heaven, and the Most High have remembered her iniquities. That's why we have to look at this and what he's telling us to do to be righteous. You can't do what you want to do and say, I'm righteous, and you can't validate it from what thus say the Most High says. That's why, let me go there. Amos 9:8. I'm going to quote it. Let's go there. Well, you said, his eyes are upon this place. Amos 9:8. Behold, the eyes of the Most High power are upon the sinful kingdom. That's a kingdom that's not following the laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High. Right? And I will destroy it from off the face of the earth. Just like you say, you're going to destroy that place because they were dealing with idols, idolatry, and not him. Saving, so we're going to save someone, that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, which is the family who live in a house, family of Jacob, which are the 12 tribes of Israel, said the Most High. But a certain amount of the 12 tribes of Israel, that's what he say. For lo, I will command, you're going to command, make an order, give an order, and I will sift the house of Israel. So he going to sift us among all nations, because we scattered among all nations. We broke his laws. He told us in Deuteronomy 28 and 64, he's going to scatter us among all these nations. We're going to serve wood and stone, these different religions and so forth, and ideologies. I will sift the house of Israel among all nations like as corn is sifted in a sieve, yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth. So that's hip talk. So the least is the 1/3 of the 12 tribes of Israel, because 2/3 going to be done away with. But 1/3, he's going to redeem. That's why he say next, listen, the least is the 1/3 of the 12 tribes of Israel. And he said, we're more newer than the stars in the sky and the sand of the sea. But the least is the 1/3 of the 12 tribes of Israel. Listen to what he say next. All the sinners, all those that break the law, statute, commandments of the Most High, of my people who are the 12 tribes of Israel, shall die by the sword, which say the evil shall not overtake nor prevent us. You hear what he said he's going to do? But those that followed idolatry, not following the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He said, that's my name forever and more to all generations. So that's happening right here. It's going to happen, whether people want to accept it or not. It's written. He just said it. His eyes of the Most High are upon the sinful kingdom. And he knows what's happening. He knows what time it is. He knows what they're doing. He knows what people are doing. Everything is being recorded. Nothing is not seen by the Most High. And y'all wonder why. Look at Ecclesiasticus 23 and 19. That's why we got to be humble before the Most High and do what he say do too. Ecclesiastes 23 in the Apocrypha, verse 19. Such a man only feareth the eyes of men. A lot of you only care about how a man looking at you. That's why you exalt men. You say the Most High, you might say Most High, you say God, whatever name you call him, and Jesus Christ or Hamashiach Yahushua, or whatever name you call him, and then you exalt men. Men be more exalted than them and don't even realize it. You better understand the Most High name is jealous. And he said, I will melt you. So you better understand, you better be giving hallelujah to the Most High as much as possible. That's what the angels doing. And a lot of you Israelites know this, but you still have people following man and giving man all this exaltation, which is okay. You can exalt man, but not more than the Most High. Hey, you better understand. Understand, listen. Such a man only feareth the eyes of men, looking at how a man look at you. And knoweth not that the eyes of the Most High are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men and considering the most secret parts, the things you think you don't see. He see you. You see everything that we do. You see? He knew all things ere ever they were created. That's our power. The power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jacob's name being changed to the Israel, the name of Israel, and we becoming the Israelites, his seed, the 12 tribes of Israel. Hear what he said? He knew all things ere ever they were created. So also after they were perfected, he looked upon them all, you see? So he looking at everything. He's seeing everything, and everything being written in the books. You got books that everything we do is being written in. And when the book's going to be open, that's going to be the judgment. You did this, you did that, you did this. You ain't got to be sitting up there and say, I didn't, because they already being recorded that you did it. This is what you did. How you going to say you didn't? His eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. Ooh. Behold, everything that we do, and the secret parts too. Things you think you doing in secret, you ain't doing nothing in secret. Everything being written in the books. Let me prove it. So, the judgment comes. Revelations 20. Revelation, the 20th chapter, and verse 12. And I saw the dead, this is judgment, small and great, stand before the Most High, and the books were open. Like I told you, everything we do is being written in books. Books were open, and another book was open, which is the book of life. This is what we should be working toward. Our names being written in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written where? In the books. According to their works. According to the things that we've done in these mortal bodies. You see? This is beautiful. So it says, and the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. These are people that gonna be delivered. That's in hell, and that's the death angel done got. They got to give them up too, and they will judge every man according to their works that are written where in the books. Listen, and death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death, and whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. You see? So this is what we're doing. We're working for our names to be written in the book of life, or you're going to be cast into the lake of fire. That's the choices you have. So let's continue. Though we are warriors and mighty men, we still got to deal with being humble. That's that balance. We got to have that balance. You know, I say the Most High, he's long suffering. We have to be long suffering, and he have compassion. We have to have compassion, not just on the ones that you're around, you know, but our nation. You know, don't be so hypocritical to think that you can make a judgment call. That's a judgment call for the Most High. And remember what he said about them little ones. So you might as well tie a noose around your neck and a great millstone and throw it into the sea, cast it into the sea, drown yourself, kill yourself, to mess with one of his little ones. Understand this. It's very important. So in Job 9 and verse 14, it says, this will be verse 13. If the Most High will not withdraw his anger, the proud helpers do stoop under him. How much less shall I answer him and choose out of my words to reason with him? You see? How are you going to approach the Most High, the reason with him, when the Most High is dealing with you like he was dealing with Job for a certain reason? Like most people don't even know why he was dealing with Job. Why did he have Satan deal with Job? Most people can't even answer that. They can come up with their own explanation, but it's right here in these scriptures. Why he dealt with Job like that. You know, killed his children, took his wealth from him, broke him down. The devil said, he's going to curse you to your face, but he didn't. But the reason why the Most High, because the Most High is righteous. There's no evil in the Most High. He's only righteous. So when you do something that's wrong, like men can elevate, they can elevate each other. We can elevate each other, but you're not supposed to be elevating yourself. He that exalted himself shall be abased, but he that humbled himself shall be exalted. This is why the Most High dealt with Job. Job 34 and 5. But Job hath said, I am righteous. That's why the Most High dealt with him. Because Job said, I am righteous. Can't do that. Cannot do that. Look at so if you're righteous, you got all you out there thinking you're so righteous, so you got all the way of knowledge of the Most High, as the Mashiach Shai do, his only begotten Son, that's coming back to teach us for 1,000 years. You taking his place, right? Some of you done came on the earth and took his place. You know, some of you being elevated, but you ain't dropping those truth or these precepts and so forth. But you being elevated, you better humble yourself. Tell them, nah, you ain't elevated me like that. Most people that call themselves Most High, Hamashiach Yahushai, most of them been put to death. They gone. Say, many won't come in my name and say, I am Mashiach. Follow me. I'm the anointed. I'm the Messiah. How long do they last? You better check it out. Pay attention. But now listen to what he said. He said he's righteous, right? But let's go to Job 40:4. Well, verse 3. Then Job answered the Most High and said, behold, I am vile. When the Most High put boils from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet, he had to take a search on and scratch them and like blisters all over his body. He said, what do I understand? Them boils hurt. Listen, he said, behold, I am vile. What shall I answer thee? I will lay my hand upon my mouth. I said, I'm going to lay my hand upon my mouth. Once have I spoken, but I will not answer. Yea, twice, but I will proceed no further. See, I ain't say nothing else. I can't say nothing else. Most I got to put you in a condition as Job, who the Most I said was a perfect and upright man and to shoot evil, right? But he still dealt with him because he said, I am righteous. We know in part and prophesy in part, all of us. Don't get it twisted. Job 42:2. Who is he that hideth counsel without knowledge? Therefore have I uttered that I understand not things too wonderful for me, which I knew not. Here I beseech thee. You say, here I beseech thee, and I will speak. I will demand of thee, and declare thou unto me. I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eyes seeth thee. Wherefore I abhor myself, wherefore I hate myself, and repent in dust and ashes. You see? But he said, I am righteous. But what condition is he in now? He's suffering. He said, I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eyes seeth thee. Wherefore I abhor myself, and repent in dust and ashes. Dust and ashes is what we did for humility. He said, repent in dust and ashes. That's humility. Job 32. And let's start at verse. Let's start at 1. So these three men ceased to answer Job because he was righteous in his own eyes. You see that? This is wrong. Job was righteous in his own eyes. So they stopped talking to him. They started talking to him because he was righteous in his own eyes, conceited, rich, had everything, and not humble because of the fact that what the Most High is dealing with him and how he's dealing with him. Then was kindled the wrath of Elihu, the son of Barachel, the Buzite, or the kindred of Ram, against Job was his wrath kindled because he justified himself rather than the Most High. You hear that? He justified himself rather than the Most High. That's why it's very important to allow the Most High to be in everything. Whether it's you dealing with being blessed or you dealing with going through changes, tribulation and so forth. Praise the Most High. Give the glory to the Most High. What do you hear what he said? Then was kindled the wrath of Elihu, the son of the Rachel, the Buzite of the kindred of Ram, against Job was his wrath kindled because he justified himself rather than the Most High. You see? He said, how the Most High fit into this? He justified himself rather than the Most High. Also, against his three friends was his wrath kindled. So he got angry with his three friends that was talking to him because they had found no answer and yet had condemned Job. Because what did he say? So these three men, verse 1, ceased to answer Job because he was righteous in his own eyes. Where did humbleness come in this? Verse 4. Now Elihu had waited. He waited till Job had spoken because they were elder than he. He's a younger man. showing you how the younger men respected the elders. When Elihu saw that there was no answer in the mouth of these three men, then his wrath was kindled. No answer in the three men, he said his wrath was kindled. And Elihu, the son of Barachel, the Buzite, answered and said, I am young. He said, I'm young. And ye are very old. It's a young man talking to the elders. Wherefore I was afraid, and does not show you mine opinion. So I'm a young man, you elders, showing you that respect that the young elders too. That's humility. With Elihu, you say, I said they should speak. That's the ancient men, the men that are elders, that's older, should speak. And multitude of years should teach wisdom. Multitude of years have been on this earth should teach the proper application of knowledge of what Job should be listening to with the three men that were elders. But there's a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding. Great men are not always wise. Hear that? Some things you don't know. We know in part, prophesy in part. But say great men are not always wise. Neither do the age understand judgment. You see? Therefore I said, hearken to me. I also will show mine opinion. So I'm going to give you my opinion. From he sat back listening to all the things that they done came at Job with and how Job responded. You remember what they said? Number 1, verse 1. So these three men ceased to answer Job because he was righteous in his own eyes. Where you get humility in that? Verse 11. Behold, I waited for your words. I have ear to your reasons. He listening. The elderly men talk. While you searched out what to say. Yeah, I attended unto you, and behold, there was none of you that convinced Job or that answered his words. Lest you should say, we have found out wisdom. Most High trusts him down, not man. Now he have not directed his words against me, neither will I answer him with your speeches. What you said. So he ain't directing no words toward him because he's just sitting there listening. Young cat. He's just sitting there listening. And Job is going back and forth with his three friends. They were amazed. They answered no one, no more. They left off speaking. Hear what he said? But he told Job, as we said earlier in Job 34:5, but Job has said, I am righteous. See? That's wrong. That's wrong. That's the wrong way to think. That's the wrong way to be in your own mind and being prideful and conceited. Cannot do that. Look at the book of Philippians. We have to get some understanding in the balance. That's why I keep saying the balance. That's why I went to Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, to show you there's a balance here that we have to have in operating under the spirit of the Most High so that we don't be chastised in such a bad manner as you see Job was, who was a man that was, upright in the eyes of the Most High and so forth. In the eyes of men, they were looking at him, was rich and had everything going on, but had the wrong mindset and thinking he was righteous. It's not right. It's not right. Understand, overstand. It's very important. Look at verse Philippians, the 2nd chapter, verse 3. It say, let nothing be done through strife or vain glory. You know what vainglory is? Strife is, you argumentative. You. It's okay to correct people, and it's okay for you to accept the correction. But vainglory is that what Job said. I'm righteous. You know, we know in part and prophesying part. So if you think you all that, then you're gonna be dealt like Job, because he thought he was righteous. It's okay. That's why I listen to what it say. But in lowliness of mind, what you think that means? That means humility. Lowliness in mind, let each esteem others better than themselves. You see? We can exalt others better than ourselves. But if not, then you got to deal with what the Most High just did with Job. It's very important that y'all see this, because we in the last days, and these last days are going to prove and what it is that we either right or wrong. And to be wrong, then you're gonna bring that evil. They say all the sinners of my people, those that break the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments, gonna die by the sword, which say the evil shall not prevent or prevail over us. When you evil, because you're not doing what's right, so you're gonna be evil in the eyes of the Most High. Then what you gonna do then? What you gonna do when He come for you? So you gotta be humble before the Most High. He's watching everything. He's seeing everything. And these are the last days. Job 33:6. Says, behold, I am according to thy wish in the Most High stead. I also am formed out of the clay. That's humble. You see? But this is what he say. Behold, my terror shall not make thee afraid, neither shall my hand be heavy upon thee. Say, surely thou hast spoken in mine hearing, and I have heard the voice of thy words, saying, I am clean without transgression. Hear what he said? I've heard your voice saying, what? I am clean without transgression. I'm righteous. I am innocent. Neither is there iniquity in me. So I heard your words. I am clean. A lot of you out there think you so perfect and upright because you done learned some precepts. You better hear what the Most High is saying. And the judgment that comes with your high-minded self, with no humility before the Most High. You ain't hiding. Everything you do is before the Most High. Straight up, he said, surely thou hast spoken in mine hearing, and I have heard the voice of thy words saying, I am clean, without transgression. I am innocent. Neither is there iniquity in me. But what he say? Behold, he findeth occasions against me. Yeah, because he said he's righteous. What he say? I'm clean, without transgression. I don't sin at all. Ain't no sins I do. I am innocent. I shouldn't be dealt with like this. Behold, he findeth occasions against me. He calleth me for his enemy. He put my feet in the stocks. He marketh all my paths. Behold, in this thou art not just. I will answer thee that the Most High is greater than man. Why dost thou strive against him? For he giveth not account of any of his matters. But understand, this is what we talk about, the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who's watching everything. His eyes 10,000 times brighter than the sun. He can't behold your secret parts. As he said, the things you doing, you think Most High don't see you? He's seeing you. He's seeing all of it, all of us, everything we doing. Well, we got to be humble before the Most High. Don't get too headstrong, or you're going to be dealt with. Just like Job was dealt with. He thought he was righteous. Most people can't even answer that. Why the Most High dealt with Job in a way that he dealt with? You just heard it. Because he said he was clean. He's innocent. He's righteous. He shouldn't be dealt with. You can't say that. You better understand and overstand. Go to Ezra, my brother. Most High dealing with us as a people and us breaking his laws, statutes, commandments. Let's look at Ezra, the 9th chapter, deal with us dealing with these other nations. We say, now when these things were done, the princes came to me saying, this is verse 1, the people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the lands, doing according to their abominations, like a lot of people right now, following all these different religions and cults and you name it, they all into it. Not separating themselves from the people of the land. These different religions and so forth, different philosophies and so forth. The people of Israel, the priests and the Levites, have not separated themselves from the people of the lands, doing according to their abominations. Even the Canaanites, everything they're doing, the Hittites, everything they're doing, looking at what they're doing. The Perizzites, looking at what they're doing, following their abominations. The Jebusites, looking at what they're doing. The Ammonites, you see. The Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites. You know, but they have taken of their daughters for themselves and for their sons, so that the holy seed have mingled themselves with the people of those lands. Yeah, the hand of the princes and rulers have been chief in this trespass, in this sin. But see, we here in this great melting pot saying it's okay. It's love. Okay, well, I like her. I like him. Most High gave every man his woman. This is what the law says. This is what we were told. You see? Go to Deuteronomy. Hold that. Go to Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter. This is the law. Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter. And we're going to read from the first verse because we're going to name these nations, but he goes even deeper in dealing with us not dealing with any other nation outside of the 12 tribes of Israel. Listen. Deuteronomy 7:1. When the Most High thy power shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee. He cast out all these nations before us when he gave us our land. The Hittites, see, some of these nations that we're talking about are the same ones that Ezra was talking about during his time. We in the wilderness now, just got out of Egyptian captivity. He said the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou, right? This is what he's telling us. And when the Most High thy power shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them. He said, we shall kill them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant, no agreement, no contract with them, nor show mercy unto them. You see? So you got to be a warrior to kill them. Right? He said, neither shalt thou make marriages with them. It's just an order. This is a commandment. This destroys interracial marriages, according to the Most High. You got to take it up with him if you don't like it. This is what it said. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. You can't marry your daughter to his son, to these other nations' sons, or your son unto the daughters of these other nations outside of the 12 tribes of Israel, he's saying. Verse 4, for they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. In this lesson, we just seen this, that the Most High anger come upon us because we burn incense to other gods, other idols. So will the anger of the Most High be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. See, that's how the Most High feel about interracial marriages. So that the anger of the Most High be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. But thus shall you deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars and break down their images and cut down their groves and burn their graven images with fire. Why? For thou art a holy people unto the Most High thy power, your power. The Most High, thy power, that's your power. It's a personal possessive pronoun showing ownership. Talking to the Israelites, we the Israelites. For thou art an holy people unto the Most High thy power. The Most High thy power have chosen thee to be a special people unto himself. How special? Above all people that are upon the face of the earth. We as the Israelites. So now, that's why during Ezra's time of a captivity that we in, Babylonian captivity, Persian Media Empire, this is what he said. Ezra 9:2. For they have taken of their daughters for themselves and for their sons, just what he told us not to do. So that the holy seed have mingled themselves. Remember, say, thou art a holy people. Deuteronomy 7:6. Unto the Most High thy power. So that the holy seed have mingled themselves with the people of those lands. Yeah, the hand of the princes and rulers have been chief in this trespass. They watching what the leaders doing. They following right what they doing. And when I heard this thing, I rent my garment and my mantle and plucked off the hair of my head and of my beard and sat down astonished, right? You pull your beard hair out and pull your hair. That hurt. Pull your beard, that part is bleeding. That's how hurt he was in this action of what happened. Now, let me show you something. Just to show you that a lot of you don't believe in the Apocrypha, but you understand it's part of the original King James 611 Bible. I have one right here. It's the King James 611 Bible. You see? It's the King James 611 Bible. And it has, you go to the table of contents, this original King James 611 Bible. And you go to the table of contents, you get there. It has the Apocrypha in it. Bear with me. Wow, see, they got these they get names for the months and all that in here. A lot of things here. I didn't even notice it, but nevertheless, it is written in different languages. But you can see here, Salakia, that it have all the books of the Bible right there that we're dealing with. I hope you can see that. And you see the Apocrypha's in here. It tells you the books are also Apocrypha right here. Books all in between the Old Testament and the New Testament right here. This is the King James 611 Bible, the original one. See, that's the Apocryphal books. So now I'm just showing you how it coincides with what we just read in Ezra. So Ezra is in the Apocrypha also. So we're going to go to First Ezra in the Apocrypha. If you have the Cambridge University Press, the red edition, it's on page 11. And we're going to look at verse 69. Just to show you, I'm just showing you that it coincides with the regular Bible. So when you look at First Ezra 8 and 69, it says, in Shabbat Shalom, everybody that's coming online, welcome. It says, the nation of Israel, the princes, the priests, and Levites have not put away from them the strange people of the land. Right? These are the nations outside of the 12 tribes of Israel, nor the pollutions. You know, pollution is real filthy and nasty out here. We can tell it's nasty. You know, rain pollution out of the air. You don't wash your car, it'd be filthy. It's filthy. The pollution of the Gentiles. That's what it's saying. That's what the Bible's saying. Nor the pollutions of the Gentiles, to wit, of the Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Jebusites, all these nations we done read in the regular Bible, the Revised Version, King James Bible, right? revised, right? Took the Apocrypha out. The Protestants took the Apocrypha out of it. It's clear. It says all these are so-called Africans or Hamites, as they might say. The pollutions of the Gentiles, to wit of the Canaanites, Hittites, Parasites, and Jebusites, all those are so-called Africans. And the Moabites, indigenous, Chinese, Egyptians, most so-called Africans, Hamites, and Edomites. Now I involve the so-called white man and the white woman, his people. For both they and their sons have married with their daughters, and the holy seed is mixed with the strange people of the land. And from the beginning of this matter, the rulers and the great men have been partakers of this iniquity, of this wickedness. You see? They've been partakers of this wickedness, it's saying. And as soon as I heard these things, I rent my clothes, right? Look at Ezra in the Bible, 9:3. And when I heard this thing, I rent my garment and my mantle. Here is saying, and as soon as I heard these things, I rent my clothes and the holy garment, right? And what does it say next? In Ezra's, in the Revised Version, King James Bible, Ezra's 9:3. And plucked off the hair of my head and of my beard. What does it say in the Apocrypha? And pulled off the hair from off my head and beard. And what does it say next? And sat me down sad and very heavy, right? So what does that mean? What he's saying, Ezra 9:3. And sat down astonished. What does that astonished mean? And sat me down in 1 Ezra 8:71, for those that's following along, and sat me down sad and very heavy. See? Now let's continue in Ezra, the 9th chapter, the 4th verse. Then were assembled unto me every one that trembled at the words of the Most High Power of Israel, because of the transgression of those that had been carried away, and I sat astonished until the evening sacrifice, sad and downtrodden until the evening sacrifice. And at the evening sacrifice, I arose up from my heaviness, see? And having rent my garment and my mantle, I fell upon my knees and spread out my hands unto the Most High Power and said, "Oh, my power, I am ashamed and blushed to lift up my face to thee, my power." This is how serious this is. For our iniquities are increased over our head, and our trespasses grown up unto the heavens. See? So, going in the Apocrypha, verse Ezra, the 9th chapter, in verse 7, Ezra says, so Ezra rose up to pull your hair out of your head and pull your hair off your beard. How humble can you be before the Most High? That's how heavy and sad he was. So 1 Ezra 9:7. So Ezra rose up and said unto them, ye have transgressed the law in marrying strange wives. We read it in Deuteronomy 7:3 down, what the Most High told us as far as dealing with interracial marriages. You have transgressed the law in marrying strange wives, thereby to increase the sins of Israel. So naturally, they're going to push whatever it is they got to push on us for us to continue to increase the sins of Israel. You see? And now, by confessing, give glory unto the Most High Power of our fathers. You got to glorify the Most High, hallelujah, to the Most High for everything. They off. Aren't they sinning? But what did he tell them? Give glory to the Most High Power. Praise the Most High. Even when you off, he said, praise the Most, give glory to the Most High. Power of our fathers, power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And do his will. You hear what he said? Do his will. It's the Most High's will. And separate yourselves from the heathen of the land and from the strange women. That's what he told them to do. Look at verse 13. And with them, the rulers and judges of every place, till we turn away the wrath of the Most High from us for this matter. Hear that? The wrath of the Most High came upon us for this matter. Because we transgressed the laws of the Most High. So therefore, the wrath of the Most High came upon us for this matter, in this interracial marriage and so forth. So what did they do? Let's see, verse 20. And they gave their hands to put away their wives and to offer rams to make reconciliation for their errors. You see? That's erring in the eyes of the Most High. So what did they do? Verse 36. All these had taken strange wives, these other nations, women, and they put them away with their children. That's what they did, to take the wrath of the Most High away from us. Listen, go to Ezra 9 and start at verse 9. For we were bondmen, slave men, yet our power hath not forsaken us in our bondage, but have extended mercy, which is not getting something you do deserve, unto us. In the sight of the kings of Persia, he's in the Persian Mede Empire, to give us a reviving, to set up the house of our power, and to repair the desolations thereof, and to give us a wall in Judah and in Jerusalem for security. This is what Cyrus had promised that he would do. That's why the Most High rule in the kingdom of men. That's why I say some of these nations are going to be a remnant of all these nations, you know. And when you see that Cyrus was in the Persian Mede Empire, Darius and Artaxerxes, which Esther, we just went through Purim, Esther was the queen under Artaxerxes in the Persian Mede Empire. He showed us love. You know, they let us build the temple again. When we had the temple, we could call on the Most High for my temple. But you understand, when the Babylonians came, which is Babylonians are the ones that the Persian Medes took down to have the superpower of the earth. Look what the Edomites did. This is what they did. In First Ezra, because it was a bet. What was more powerful? The king, wine, or the truth and women, right? So the one that said the truth and then women after the truth won. So this is what he asked for. Instead of getting all the valuable gifts that the king would have gave him for winning the bet, this is what he said. In verse 43 of First Ezra, the 4th chapter in the Apocrypha, he said, then said he unto the king, remember thy vow, which thou hast vowed to build Jerusalem in the day when thou camest to thy kingdom. You see? And to send away all the vessels that were taken away out of Jerusalem, which Cyrus set apart, when he vowed to destroy Babylon, because the Persian Medes took down the Ethiopians and the Cushites and the Babylonians, which had us in captivity for 70 years. So we went from the Babylonian kingdom to the Persian and Mede Empire. That's what we had here. And so he wanted to bet. So he said, hey, this is what I want. And to send away this is verse 44, and to send away all the vessels that were taken away out of Jerusalem, which Cyrus set apart, when he vowed to destroy Babylon and to send them again thither, send them again back to our homeland of Israel, that we can have our temple. Listen, thou also have vowed to build up the temple which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldeans. See, that's what I said. We worship in our temple, and when we went into captivity under the Babylonians, the Edomites, the so-called white men, burnt down our temple. You see, this is very important that you see this, because this is not just something that they just started doing. They defiled our temple when we look at the Feast of Dedication in the Maccabees during the time of the Greek Empire. Them coming into their power, they burn our temples down again. Where Judas Maccabees and his boys, his brothers, and his army had to come back and redeem the temple back to us. So once we got the temple back, this was how they felt about us getting back our temple and calling on the most high power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, without a shadow of a doubt. In First Maccabees, the 5th chapter, verse 1. We got our temple back. We praising the Most High again, calling on the Most High, because we were following his laws, statutes, commandments. He allows us to come back to build our temple and do the things we're supposed to do. Listen, this is how the nations felt. First Maccabees 5:1. Now, when the nations round about heard that the altar was built, we can praise the Most High, and the sanctuary renewed as before, it displeased them very much. So you think they're going to really think about having you come back to the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? They don't want you to know this. They don't want you to know this. Wherefore they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob, the Israelites that were among them. They thought to kill us, all of us that were among them. In the Persian Medes, they had 127 prophecies. And thereupon they began to slay and destroy the people. They began to kill us. And when we were scattering these 127 provinces, then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea. And Idumea means Edom, Rome. When the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. Who the Romans? The so-called white man. So-called Italian Caucasians, which were the superpower of the earth after the Greeks. Esau and Idumea at Arabatine, because they besieged Israel. They besieged us in our land of Israel. And he gave them a great overthrow and abated their courage and took their spoils. Like I said, we warriors, but we still got to be humble. He cried and prayed, fasted to the Most High to get the victory. When you look at what he had to go through, Judas Maccabees, they outnumbered us by double, sometimes almost triple the amount of soldiers they had coming against us, and he still got the victory. All praise to the Most High. Also, he remembered the injury of the children of Beam, who had been a snare and an offense unto the people, in that they lay in wait for them in the ways. He shut them up, therefore, in the towers and encamped against them warriors, and destroyed them utterly, and burned the towers of that place with fire and all that were therein. See, afterward he passed over to the children of Ammon, aboriginal Japanese, where they found a mighty power and much people, with Timotheus their captain. So he fought many battles with them, till at length they were discomfited before him, and he smote them. See, warriors, we warriors, but we gotta wait for the Most High to bring forth his judgment. He told us, just in case you trying to, because people want to rush and think they could do whatever they want to do, you better understand and understand what the Most High said. That's why people saying what they said don't know these scriptures. Most High said, yeah, look, Zephaniah 3:8. He said, therefore wait ye upon me, said the Most High, until the day that I rise up to the prey. You gonna rise up to the prey before the Most High? Huh? Before he tell Hamashiach Yahushai, come. Hamashiach Yahushai, rise. Hamashiach Yahushai. He said, therefore wait ye upon me, said the Most High, until the day that I rise up to the prey. But my determination is to gather the nations, that I may assemble the kingdoms on this earth, to pour upon them mine indignation, even all my fierce anger. For all the earth shall be devoured with the fire of my jealousy. See, that's from the Most High. So you can't overstep him. And once he said rise up, like I said, we warriors. So once we rise up, we're gonna be ready to do some damage. Like I say, Ezekiel 25 and 12, because I gotta bring the balance here. We warriors, and we gotta be humble too. But we ain't gonna be humble when it's time to go to war. Listen, Ezekiel 25 and 12. Thus say the Most High powers. You got to deal with the Most High on this. Because that Edom have dealt against the house of Judah by taking vengeance and have greatly offended and revenged himself upon them. That's why I say, look, this is what these scriptures are talking about. We messed up, so we got judgment. They messed up, they're going to get judged. Obadiah, hold that. Go over to Obadiah, the book of Obadiah, right after Amos. Obadiah, verse 1, the vision of Obadiah, the prophet. Thus said the Most High power concerning Edom. This is the only chapter that the Most High starts it off with concerning Edom, which is the biblical name for the indigenous aboriginal Caucasian people. That's what he says. So this is concerning Edom, right? So look at verse 10. He said, for thy violence against thy brother Jacob. Because you read about Jacob and Esau in Genesis, the 25th chapter, 25th verse, and 26th verse. He said, for thy violence against thy brother Jacob, we the Israelites, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. He said, in the day that thou stoodest on the other side. Remember, we just read how they burned down our temples when we went into captivity, starting the 70 years under the Ethiopians or the Babylonians or the Cushites. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces, and foreigners entered into his gates and cast lots upon Jerusalem, our land, even thou was as one of them. But thou shouldst not have looked on the day of thy brother in the day that he became a stranger, neither shouldst thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in the day of their destruction, neither shouldst thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress. Thou shouldst not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Yeah, thou shouldst not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. Neither shouldst thou have stood in the crossway to cut off those of his that did escape. Those that were escaping, they were there saying, here they are, cutting us off from running and getting away. Neither should thou have delivered up those of his that did remain in the day of distress. For the day of the Most High is near upon all the heathen. The day of the Most High, we near this, is near upon all the heathen, all those that are not of the 12 tribes of Israel. As thou hast done, it shall be done unto thee. Thy reward shall return upon thine own head. See? For as ye have drunk upon my holy mountain, so shall all the heathen drink continually. Yeah, they shall drink, and they shall swallow down, and they shall be as though they had not been. See? Thus say the Most High. So now going back to Ezekiel 25 and 12, it says, thus say the Most High power. Because that Edom has dealt against the house of Judah by taking vengeance unto this day, and have greatly offended the Most High, and revenged himself upon them. Verse 14, and I will lay my vengeance, the Most High vengeance, upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel. And they shall do in Edom according to mine anger and according to my fury, and they shall know my vengeance, said the Most High power. See? So this is the judgment. Because when you read 2 Ezra 6 and 9, it says, for Esau is the end of the world, meaning Esau would have to be ruling at the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that follow it. You understand? So, because they did certain things that I think our people don't really recognize, to the extent that, because we don't know these things, like Ezekiel 39 and 23. Ezekiel 39, 23, right to the point. And the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity. So we went into captivity for our breaking of the Most High's laws, statutes, commandments, being wicked, being evil. So all these nations know that we went into captivity, slavery, and bondage for our iniquity, right? Because we or they transgressed against me. We broke the Most High's laws. So the heathen know that we broke the Most High's laws. So what you think they're going to show you how to come back to your power? The Most High power of Abraham, who had a son named Isaac, who had a son named Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. We became the Israelites. He said, "This is my name forever and more to all generations." You think they're going to teach you of the true understanding of how to reach the Most High, how to make the Most High have pity on us? You see what happened when they found out that our altar was built again. They started to kill us. These nations started to kill us. You see, many a times they went to make war with us, where we honoring the victory over our enemies that was planning to kill us and wipe us out. Day of Nicanor, Purim, we got Feast of Dedication, Day of Simon and so forth. These days that we said we're going to honor and getting the victory of our enemies that was planning to kill us, wipe us out off the earth. That's what I say. And the heathen shall know, this is Ezekiel 39:23, that the house of Israel, the family of Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel, went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Therefore hid I my face from them. So they think if they continue to have us break the Most High's laws, that the Most High going to continue to have his face hid from us, and gave them into the hand of their enemies. Hear that? Not your friends, but the hand of their enemies. So fell they all by the sword. See? Because we trespassed the laws of the Most High. He took the time to give us moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, ceremonial laws, and sacrificial laws, only to the children of Israel, no one else. So they in order in being all out of it, and the things that they're doing. That's their order. Because the Most High not dealing with them. He's dealing with us. And they know this, you see. And the heathen shall know, they know this, that the house of Israel went to captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me, the Most High said. Therefore hid I my face from them, and gave them into the hand of their enemies. So fell they all by the sword. According to their uncleanness and according to their transgressions have I done unto them, and hid my face from them. That's why the Most High said in Hosea 5:15. He said, Hosea 5:15, he said, I will go and return to my place, talking to us as the Israelites, till they acknowledge their offense, till we acknowledge how we offended him by doing what? Not keeping his law, statutes, commandments. And seek my face. That's why I say the heathen even know that the Most High hid his face from us, so we got to seek his face so he can show us love by crying to him and humbling ourselves before him and keeping his law, statutes, commandments, and asking for forgiveness for our sins as a nation. So I say, and seek my face. In their affliction, you see, they will seek me early. How much we got to be afflicted before we realize that we offended the Most High. And he say, in our affliction, we're going to seek him early. How much affliction we got to have before we realize how much we have offended him and not doing what he wants us to do. Don't wait till he come and visit you. It's too late then. It's too late. You got to look at it. Are you really following the Most High? Are you really looking at being humble before him? Have you cried to the Most High? Don't tell me he had pity on us. Are you prideful? So if you're prideful, this ain't talking to you. Or it's talking to you. Hopefully you'll change and not be prideful as you are thinking you are that. Come forth. Let me know what number you are. I say it all the time. Of the 144,000. What number can you say somebody that's in your camp, in your church, in your congregation is of the 144,000? And what gate they going through? Or what number are you, the 1/3 of the 12 tribes of Israel? You got a number. Most I said, let the multitude perish then in 2 Ezra 9 and 22. We say, let the multitude perish then, which was born in vain. Let my grape or my plant be kept, for with great labor have I made it perfect. But he ain't gonna make it nobody perfect if you're not doing what he say do and following these rules and regulations and being humble before him. You see? We gonna get some damage. We're gonna, like I say, we warriors, but we better be humble too. Better understand, understand this, because everything we do is before the Most High. It ain't just about being humble behind the people that you with, your little posse or whoever you think you got you rolling with, because the Most High just smash you down like you ain't nothing, man. You better understand and understand. This is very important. These are last days. This is our last time to cry to the Most High. But He's going to use us as warriors. Look at Jeremiah 51:20. Jeremiah 51:20 say, "Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war." Warriors. It's going to come a time when we're going to do it. That's why I say it's a balance here. Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee, that's what Moses say, wait ye upon me till I rise up to the prey. Then He's going to use us as battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms. See? He's going to use us for this purpose, because we is battle axe and weapons of war. But you got to wait for Him. Like He said, wait ye upon Him. Don't follow no man. Man be don't let you. That's what have happened. People talking about they going to raise up an army. Come on, are you serious? Don't take the power of the Most High to bring down these kingdoms, as it is written. Look at Jeremiah 16:16. He said, behold, I will send for many fishers. Jeremiah 16:16. He said, behold, I will send for many fishers. That's what we're doing now. Said the Most High. And they shall fish them. We fishing our brothers and sisters out of darkness into this marvelous light of the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High, to do what He say do, His rules and regulations. And having faith in Him and crying to Him. And not being prideful, but have humility. And after, it's only so long that we're going to fish. It's only so long you're going to be able to hear this truth. And who we want to hear it, He's going to allow to hear it. Because He do the calling. Ain't no man doing no calling. Y'all talking about that's my fruit. We belong to Mashiach. 1 Corinthians 3:23 says, and ye are Mashiachim. You are the anointed. You are the Messiahs. And Mashiach is the Most Highs. No man gonna approach the Most High. Ain't nobody ever seen the Most High. He said the heavens can't tell him how He gonna be right there where you at. Y'all better think, man. That's why it's time, man. He said, and after we fish for so long and trying to get people to come out of this darkness to this marvelous light, will I send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain, these kingdoms, and from every hill, every small kingdom, and out of the holes of the rock, because they got their little silos and all those barracks and so forth way in the ground, in the mountains and so forth, ready to live in the mountains. Think they're going to flee this destruction that's coming. That's what He say, for mine eyes are upon all their ways. So He's seeing everything that's being done. They are not hid from my face. Remember, the eyes of the Most High, what? 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men and even the secret parts. That's why He say, but my eyes are upon all their ways. They are not hid from my face. Neither is their iniquity hid from my eyes. See? So He gonna know. That's why He say He gonna bring it on. We got to be ready. But we got to have the right mindset when it's time for this to go down. And we right at the door. I mean, this is right at the door, y'all. Look at Proverbs 30th chapter. That's why it's very important that we see and understand more of how we can be close to the Most High. Look at Proverbs 30 and 12. See, there is a generation that are pure in their own eyes. See? And yet is not washed from their filthiness. See? You can't be thinking you all that. We know in part and prophesy in part. Ain't nobody answered me yet. I've been asking that for years, what I just asked. What gate you going through? What tribe are you going? You got 3 tribes on the north, 3 tribes on the south, 3 tribes on the west, and 2 tribes on the east. What gate you going through? Before the Most High, in the name of the Lord, to say, what gate you going through? And what gate you telling the brothers and sisters that they going through? Because that's a high-minded person. The scriptures say, dare not make thyself one of the number. It said, righteous scarcely gonna be saved. That's be fast I can pop my fingers. I mean, scarcely gonna be saved. Come on, Most High told Moses, I'm gonna kill all the Israelites. I'm gonna kill them all, Moses, and I'll make a nation out of you. His ways and thoughts are not our ways and thoughts. Y'all put on hear what I'm saying. He told John, I could raise up some stones to be my people. If he do, can you say he's wrong? Can't say nothing to Most High. His ways and thoughts, not our ways and thoughts. The things that we would do, he tell us to do, he say he ain't have to do that at all. He have mercy and grace. That's why I say there's a generation that curses, there's a generation that are pure in their own eyes. They think they're so righteous. That's why you can't get into this and think you better than somebody because you done memorize some precepts. See, the devil know the Bible. People that don't believe in the Bible read the Bible, and they do it actually backwards. They read it backwards to bring forth their evil and their wickedness. But y'all know nothing about that because you ain't studied enough of the left-hand side to know that this is what's going on. That's why I say, look, there's a generation that are pure in their own eyes. Think they all that. Ain't no humility in that, is it? Get humble out of that. You pure in your own eyes. You think you all that. And yet it's not washed from their filthiness. You hear that? They're not washed from their filthiness. That's how the Most High look at you. Filthy, like a pig waddling in its own slop. But he calls the myrrh. A dog eating up his vomit. He look at you like that. There's a generation. Oh, how lofty are their eyes. How prideful are their eyes. And their eyelids are lifted up. Think they all that. Because you're in a world of the highest level of pride that you can ever be in. You in his world. That's why you think online, get Psalms 83rd chapter. Let's see who they name. First. Psalm 83 and 1. Keep not thy silence, O Most High. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O Most High. But lo, thine enemies make a tumult. So the Most High, the Mashiach shall have enemies. They're making a tumult, uproar. And they that hate thee, they that hate the Most High have lifted up the head. What you think lift up the head is? That's pride, right? This is what it say. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people. This crafty counsel is against us, the children of Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel, and consulted against thy hidden ones. You see? Who more hidden than us? You the children of Israel. No, I'm not a Jew. You a Jew, brother? No, I ain't a Jew. The Jews killed Mashiach. He came to his own received him not. They go to John, first St. John, the first chapter 11 verse, but they don't read verse 12. They don't read verse 12. But as many as believed on him, believed by Hashem Mashiach in the name of the Lord and Savior, gave he power, that spiritual power to become the sons of the Most High. Everybody didn't not believe in him. Those that believe him gave you the power to become, spiritual power, to become the sons of the Most High. But listen to what it says. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation. That's why y'all got to stop saying what they say about us as the 12 tribes of Israel. A group. We're not a group. We're not an organization. We're not no club. We're not none of that. We are a nation. And we the nation of Israel. The nation of the 12 tribes of Israel. It's very important that you understand that because 12 tribes of Israel are not being said. We are a nation of the 12 tribes of Israel. Look, real quick, go to Genesis 35 and 10. Just to show you. Genesis 35 and 10. It's when our forefather Jacob wrestled with an angel. And the Most High said unto him, thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel. That's why we're the Israelites, because we come from our forefather Jacob, whose name we just reading here was changed to Israel, right? This is what the Most High told him in verse 11. Very important to understand what he's saying. And the Most High said unto him, I am the Most High Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply, meaning have a lot of children. A nation, listen to this clearly, a nation and a company of nations. Did it say a group and a company of groups? Did it say an organization, a company of organizations? Gonna come from you? He said a nation and a company of nations. That's the 12 nations that make up one nation of the 12 tribes of Israel. The Israelites, Hebrew Israelites, 12 tribes of Israel. I like 12 tribes of Israel because nobody's saying that. Because people can't name the 12 tribes of Israel. Who this Bible's talking about? A nation, a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. See? So now going back to Psalms 83rd chapter, and we look at who's going to lift up their head in pride and do these things, first and foremost. Verse 3 said, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation. That's why you hear black, the group, the black Hebrew Israelites. Look at the word black. The meaning. Look down upon. Nothing. The black, we know black Hebrew Israelites. We the Hebrew Israelites. That's who we are. The 12 tribes of Israel. So it says they have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. That's why it's so hard for us to bring back our nation, understanding that we are the 12 tribes of Israel. A nation and a company of nations, which are, each tribe is a nation that make up one nation, the 12 tribes of Israel. You see? But they have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. So we bringing back the name of Israel into our remembrance, and that's a problem. They have a problem with that. But they have consulted together with one consent. All these nations got one consent. Who are who? Verse 2, for lo, thine enemies, the enemies of the Most High, the Mashiach Yahushua, make a turmoil, making an uproar. And they that hate thee, they that hate the Most High, they that hate the Mashiach Yahushua have lifted up their head in pride. That's why I say you can't be like the way they would have you to be in prideful. That's our people. Most of them, they prideful as ever. And Most High hate you because he hate a poor man that's prideful. What you got a reason to be prideful about? When you compare your monies to the people that's out there dealing what they dealing with on the left-hand side, having all this money, ain't no comparison. But their whole agenda is to take the name of Israel out of remembrance. That's why we don't know who we are. That's what they wouldn't allow us to read the Bible. Because reading the Bible, we come back to this knowledge that you see. Bring it forth. It's all here concerning we are the 12 tribes of Israel. Can't nobody else say they are. Most people can't even name the 12 tribes. Name the 12 tribes of Israel. Ask them to name the 12 tribes of Israel. That's what the Bible's talking about. It says, for they have consulted together, verse 5, with one consent. They are confederate against thee, confederate against the Most High. No matter how you look at United Nations, whatever you want to say, all these nations gathered together, they're confederate against the Most High. Who we name first? The tabernacles of Edom have what? Lifted up their head in verse 2. Lifted up their head. What's that? Pride. That's that pride. So that spirit of pride is in his world. So what do you think you're going to be? If you following the way of the West, why he said in Revelation 18:4, come out of her, come out of that mindset. So if you dealing with the mindset that they have on this earth, then you're going to be burnt right with them. Most like going to burn you crispy. Like you're going to burn everybody else up. 2/3 of our people are going to be done away with. It's getting closer and closer, y'all. You better hear what he's saying. These are the enemies and the haters of the Most High, naming nations. He said the tabernacles of Edom, indigenous, I might say, because just because you see a so-called white person, that's Esau. But everybody that's so-called white, we ain't dealing with skin color. We dealing with who they really are. Here, Edom, so-called indigenous or aboriginal Edomites or Caucasians, and Ishmaelites, also called Arabs, Moab, Chinese, Hagarenes, so-called Africans, Gebal and Ammon, so-called Japanese, and Amalek, the Jewish people, Esau's grandson, the Philistine, Moabitans, and the inhabitants of Tyre, Moabitans, Ashur, Assyrians, also is joined with them. See? So they're the enemies and haters of the Most High, so they lift up their head. So you got to look at, you can't be as they would have you to be. You got to think, look, Song of Three Holy Children. Now, if you can make it be something different, please, I'm always open for correction in what it is that I'm bringing forth, because I don't want to bring forth anything that is wrong. But the Song of Three Holy Children, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, as they're in the fire. Remember, Nebuchadnezzar threw them in the fire. So listen to what they said. And we can relate to it very clearly now. The Song of Three Holy Children, verse 9. And thou didst deliver us into the hands of lawless enemies. Most High gave us moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, ceremonial laws, and sacrificial laws. Sacrificial law was done away with when Mashiach died on the tree, and rose on the third day and walked the earth for 40 days and ascended to the right hand side of the Most High, where he came from. So now it said, and thou didst deliver us into the hands of lawless enemies, most hateful forsakers of the Most High. We just read they're the enemies and the haters of the Most High. We just read that. The most hateful forsakers of the Most High. And to an unjust king. So no matter what king is over us, and to an unjust king. They're not going to be just for us, children of Israel. Remember, they have taken the name of Israel out of remembrance. That's their whole thing. It's for us to continue to be iniquity, so they feel like they'll continue to have their kingdom. We done read all this, right? The answers has already been given to you within this lesson. But those that have ears to hear and eyes to see, it says, most hateful forsakers of the Most High, and to an unjust king, and the most wicked in all the world. And we know Job 9:24 says, for the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. He who is the wicked covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? Right? So we know that they painted their pictures of themselves, Caucasians, in the Bibles. So when you look at the Bibles, you see the pictures of the so-called white man. I ain't gotta go that far. Let me let you see, so y'all ain't tripping on me saying I'm saying something I don't know what I'm talking about. Look, this is a Bible from 1826. You see that? There it is right there. The so-called white man with a towel around his genital. And it says, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. So that's him. So you look at the Bible, you think that's them. You can't lie about this. You can't make this up. There it is right there in your face. Right there. He the ultimate judge, So they got many pictures in here. Get some of these Bibles with pictures in it and look at it. See who you see in here. You see? Come on. That's the so-called supposed to be Jesus Christ at 12 years old talking to the doctors, right? I show it all the time. Y'all need to see it. Some of y'all ain't seen it. This is the Bible. He's a blonde there. Then here he is. When you get up, he ain't grown. He's a brunette. He's a brunette. Got brown hair now. See? But it's their pictures. It's their pictures in the Bible. You see? Whereas you look at First Maccabees 3:48. First Maccabees 3:48. That's why we got to look at, what's real. Israel, is real. Is you real or you not real? First Maccabees 3:48. And laid open the book of the law. That's the Bible. See what it say? Holy Bible. Laid open the book of the law, the Holy Bible, wherein the heathen has sought to paint the likeness of their image. We just saying that. So that's the truth. So let's look at Isaiah, the 6th chapter. Like I said, we gotta have a balance. We gonna take care of business as warriors, but we gotta be humble. Isaiah, the 6th chapter, before the Most High. Isaiah, the 6th chapter, and let's look at verse 1. In the year that King Uzziah died, I saw also the Most High sitting upon the throne, high and lifted up, and his train filled the temple. Right? Now, how is he seeing this? He's seeing this in a dream or vision, because it tells you, go to hold that, get Job 33 and 14. A lot of y'all read some things and you think that it literally means what it's saying, but you got to understand how the Most High communicates with us. Job 33 and 14. For the Most High speaking once, yet twice. Like you might see the same thing written over again. Yet man perceive it not. So you see it and certain things coming out over and over and over again. But if you don't see it, then you might say it again. Man perceive it not. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, and slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instruction. Tell you what you're going to do in a dream or in a vision, that he may withdraw man from his purpose, the things you want to do. He stops you from doing the things you want to do and hide pride from man. You're going to do what he say do. So that's what you're seeing here as in the book of Isaiah when he's having a vision. So Isaiah 6:2, and above it stood the cherubims. Each one had 6 wings. So each one had 6 wings, 3 on each side of his body. With train he covered his face, and with train he covered his feet, and with train he did fly. And one cried unto another, saying, and said, Holy, 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 Kodash, 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 is the most high power of hosts, power of armies, power of angels. The whole earth is full of his glory. And the post of the door moved at the voice of him that cried, and the house was filled with smoke. Then said I, this is what he said, woe is me, destruction is me. Woe mean destruction. But I am undone, because I am a man of unclean lips. Hear that? I'm a man of unclean lips. We read in the book of Isaiah. He said, I'm a man of unclean lips. Do y'all say this? Or you exalt yourself, or let people exalt you above the means of the Most High sometime. He said, I'm a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of a people of unclean lips. That's what we dealing with. But mine eyes have seen the King, the power of hosts. See, this is real, y'all. But you see, and let me understand this, because make it clear. John 1:18. John 1:18. No man have seen the Most High at any time. The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he hath declared him. But see, that could be beyond your imagination if you don't understand that the Mashiach Messiah in the old scrolls was an angel. He was the spirit of the Most High, or the angel of the Most High. And that's who we dealing with. That's why I gave you the scripture in 1 Corinthians 3:23. Ye are Mashiachim. Yam is masculine plural in the Hebrew, representing crisis. as it says in the English, but that's the Messiahs or the anointeds. And Mashiach, who is the Messiah, is the Most High. That's why I say no man come to the Father but by me, when all he had when he walked on the earth was the old scrolls. That's it. The Old Testament. He didn't have no New Testament. If so, show me where he quoted from Revelations. From Paul's writing. He went on the scene when Mashiach was here in the flesh. You know, he wasn't converted yet. He was killing people that called on Bahasham Mashiach in the name of the anointed Savior. He was converted. He had to suffer for in the name of the anointed Savior. That's why he wrote most of the New Testament. But people don't understand his writings because they'll go to Paul before they go to Mashiach Yahushua. But they say they believe in him, but they'll go to Paul's writing without understanding before they go to Mashiach Yahushua. The book of Peter, 1 Peter, 2 Peter, was that written? No, because they weren't filled with the Holy Spirit. He was telling them, how long must I suffer them when he was in the flesh? They couldn't understand certain things. And still didn't understand. If that was the case, they would have asked him in Acts 1 and 6, are they going to restore the kingdom to Israel after he had walked the earth for 40 days, as he rose on the third day? Why would they ask them that? We hadn't went through the curses of Deuteronomy 28th chapter yet, from 15 to 68. We hadn't went through all that yet. He told them, he warned them that when you see the city compassed with armies, the Roman armies, know that the time of desolation is near. When the Romans came and took us down, we fought with them from 65 to 70 AD. They brought us down to 70 AD and robbed our temples, took everything. And we went into captivity, slavery, and bondage from that point. Those that didn't escape, he said, be flee into the mountains, flee into Africa. All these things are written. He warned us like we warning you right now through the Spirit of the Most High, whether you hear or forbear. What we got to do to reach the Most High. Or you can be part of it, say all the sinners of my people going to die by the sword. And say the evil shall not prevent or prevail against us. We're going to find out. Better come back to his laws. Deuteronomy, Leviticus, Exodus, Numbers, Genesis. You better read the first 5 books of this Bible. Or you can go online and just put going over the laws. On my channel, Priest Star One. I'm going over the laws for you to review. We have to continue to do this. Just like we going over this, we got to go over the laws. So like I said, I've done, how this is about our ancestors being humble before the Most High. And I did the first 3 lessons, how Abraham, Jacob, Joseph, Moses, David, Solomon. In the first 3 lessons, I did this. And Ahab, you see what I'm saying? We're humble before the Most High. You look at, like I say, we warriors too. Go to Exodus 17. I must, continue to show the side of us so that you know that there's a balance. There's a balance. Look at go to Exodus 17 chapter. Verse 1. It said, and all the congregation of the children of Israel journeyed from the wilderness of sin after their journeys, according to the commandment of the Most High, and pitched in Rephidim. And there was no water for the people to drink. No water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did chide with Moses. They going against them, arguing against them, complaining, and said, give us water that we may drink. And Moses said unto them, why chide you with me? Why you arguing with me? Why you going back and forth with me? Wherefore do you tempt the Most High? And the people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Moses and said, wherefore is this that thou hast brought us up out of Egypt to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst? And Moses cried unto the Most High, saying, see, this is a solution. And Moses, a man that the Most High dealt with, mouth to mouth, cried unto the Most High, saying, what shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. They was ready to kill him. They rather stay in captivity. Like some of you going to be feeling that way. And the Most High said unto Moses, go on before the people, and take with thee of the elders of Israel, and thy rod, wherewith thou smotest the river, take in thine hand and go. Behold, I will stand before thee there upon the rock in the Horeb, and thou shalt smite the rock, hit the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that the people may drink. And Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. And he called the name of the place Massah and Meribah, because of the chiding of the children of Israel, and because they tempted the Most High, saying, is the Most High among us or not? You know, you got to be careful what you say. Your words have power. Because remember, the Most High's eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of man and the secret parts. Don't think you get away with anything. He's watching everything. And remember, they're being put in the books, as we read in Revelations, the 20th chapter. So it says, verse 8, then came Amalek. These are so-called Jewish people today. And fought with Israel in Rephidim. And Moses said unto Joshua, choose us out men and go out, fight with Amalek, fight with them. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of the Most High in my hand. So I will stand on the top of that hill with the rod in my hand. So Joshua did as Moses had said to him, and fought with Amalek, went to war with Amalek, warriors. And Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. So Moses, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. Right? He said, I'm going to stand up the hill. I'm going to hold up my rod as you fighting against Amalek. And it came to pass when Moses held up his hand that Israel prevailed. When he held up his hand with that rod, Israel prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. So he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. They start defeating us. Verse 11, and it came to pass when Moses held up his hand that Israel prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moses' hands were heavy. So it was a big dude. So Moses' hands were heavy. And they took a stone. They took a stone and put it under him. And he sat thereon, and Aaron and Hur stayed up his hands. One was on one side, one was on the other side. So they stayed up his hands. The one on the one side and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. So they held his hand up all that time as we had war with Amalek. And Joshua discomfited Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. Warriors, you see? Long as Moses had his hands up, they held him up. Sat him down and held his hands up so we could win the war. And the Most High said unto Moses, write this for a memorial in a book. That's why we're reading about it. Because the Most High said, write it in a book and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua. Did Joshua know this? Who was the one that, him and Caleb, the only adults that brought us into the wilderness, into the promised land of Canaan. For I will utterly put out, this is what he said, I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. And Moses built an altar and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi. For he said, because the Most High has sworn, it's something the Most High sworn, that the Most High will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. That's why ain't gonna be no peace in the Middle East over there. Because the Most High has sworn by himself that the Most High has sworn will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Because we say when we go to the land of Israel, it's gonna be peace on the earth. The lion gonna eat straw, gonna kick it with the lamb, all that. There'll be no more war. No more wars. But there's war, you see, continually here. So let's look at let's go to Daniel's, the book of Daniel. Let me just show you how he's in captivity. Most of the time you read the Old Testament, we in captivity, y'all, as the Israelites. Is that why they don't want to go to the Old Testament in the churches? Because you might realize, wow, they're in captivity. We was in captivity. We was in captivity. They was in captivity. So could we be the same people? Yes. Yes. Look at go to Daniel's the 9th chapter. Let me show you the humility of Daniel. Look at Daniel's 9:3. He said, and I set my face unto the most high power to seek my prayer and supplications, crying. Supplication means he's crying to the Most High. Seek my prayer and crying to the Most High. With fasting and sackcloth and ashes. Very humbling way to seek the Most High in prayer. Fasting and prayer and sackcloth, just like burlap and ashes. You know, you got ashes, you burn your incense, keep your ashes, put them on your face and so forth. And I prayed unto the Most High my power and made my confession and said, O Most High, the great and dreadful power. You hear that? The great and dreadful power. I don't say God because that's a European invention. God is dog spelled backwards. These are things that our people not considering. And Lord is Baal and Baal. They put these words in here. So you're still saying Lord and you're still saying God. What God you talking about? Because the Arabs had a God for every day of the year until Muhammad learned, from the Hebrews. You see, there's only one power. That's the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Jacob is the forefather of the 12 tribes of Israel. Most High said that's his name forever, and memorial to all generations. Exodus 3:15 and 16. But Daniel was saying, oh, Most High, he praying to him, the great and dreadful power, keeping the covenant, was the contract of agreement, and mercy, not getting something you do deserve, to them that love him. The only way you love him is and to them that keep his commandments. There it is. That's why you show you love him, by doing what he say do, his rules and regulations, right? It says, we have sinned. He's righteous. He ain't rolling like Job. He's saying, we have sinned. He's righteous. But he's still saying, we have sinned. That's why I say, man, you got to understand this humility that he has. This what works. This was marvelous in the eyes of the Most High. We have sinned, including himself, and have committed iniquity, and have done wickedly, and have rebelled, even by departing from thy precepts and from thy judgments. Neither have we, including himself, hearkened unto thy servants, the prophets, which spake in thy name to our kings, our princes, and our fathers, and to all the people of the land. Verse 9. To the Most High our power belong mercies. We did not get something you deserve many times. Mercies. And forgivenesses, forgiving us over and over again. Though we, including himself, a righteous man, have rebelled against him. This was marvelous in the eyes of the Most High. Whether you want to accept it or not, I'm going to prove it. Neither have we, including himself, who is a righteous man, obeyed the voice of the Most High, our power, to walk in his laws, which he set before us by his servants, the prophets. Israel killed the prophets, wicked Israelites. Yeah, all Israel have transgressed that law, even by departing that they might not obey thy voice. Therefore, the curse is poured upon us. And the oath that is written in the law of Moses, the servant of the Most High, because we, so you got to hear, he including himself, we, including himself, have sinned against him. Say, verse 14. Or verse 13. As it is written in the law of Moses, all this evil is come upon us. Yet made we not our prayer before the Most High, our power, that we, including himself, might turn from our iniquities. See that? That's what's marvelous in the eyes of the Most High. And understand thy truth. And we know the truth. We sing it all the time. Psalms 119, 142. That righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. You see? You're not going to get away from the law. Verse 14, therefore hath the Most High watched upon the evil, because we drew evil to us by not doing what he say do, not following his rules and regulations, his laws, statutes, commandments, and brought it upon us. For the Most High, our power, is righteous in all his works which he doeth. See that? He's righteous in everything that he doeth. For we, including himself, obeyed not his voice. Okay, I got it. Like Most High speak once, say twice, so you got to keep hearing it so you'll see what works in the eyes of the Most High, how to touch his spirit. Since he is a spirit, it say, and now, O Most High, our power, verse 15, that has brought thy people forth out of the land of Egypt with a mighty hand, and have gotten thee renown, got him a name, as at this day, we have sinned. As at this day, we have sinned. We have done wickedly. You see how important this is? Maybe you don't see it yet. You will see it, I hope, after you hear it over and over again. O Most High, according to all thy righteousness, I beseech thee, let thine anger and thy fury be turned away from thy city, Jerusalem, thy holy mountain, because for our sins, including himself, and for the iniquities of our fathers, our forefathers, what they did in breaking the Most High's laws, Jerusalem and thy people are become a reproach, a great disgrace to all that are about us. Now, therefore, O our power, hear the prayer of thy servant and his supplication and his crying out to the Most High. The only time he had pity on us. And cause thy face to shine upon thy sanctuary that is desolate for the Most High's sake. O my power, incline thine ear and hear, open thine eyes and behold our desolations in the city which is called by thy name. For we do not present our supplication, our crying to you before thee for our righteousness, sis. We ain't crying to you for us being so righteous. We're not crying to you because we got so much righteousness, sis. But for thy great mercies, for the Most High's great mercies, which is not getting something that we do deserve over and over and over and over again. O Most High, hear. O Most High, forgive. O Most High, hearken and do. Defer not thine own sake. Just defer not for thine own sake, for my power. But thy city and thy people are called by thy name, Yah, Shar, Allah. See, Yah is in our name, Yah, Shar, Allah. And whilst I was speaking and praying and confessing my sin, and the sin of my people Israel, and presenting my supplication, my crying before the Most High, the only time he ever had pity on us, these are solutions. My power, and presenting my supplication before the Most High, my power, for the holy mountain of my power. Yeah, whilst I was speaking in prayer, even the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision, remember the Most High speaking in dreams and vision, he's seen in the vision, at the beginning, being caused to fly swiftly, this angel Gabriel, one of the four archangels, being caused to fly swiftly, touched me about the time of the evening oblation. And he informed me and talked with me and said, "Oh, Daniel, I am now come forth to give thee skill and understanding." Most I always use the angel. That's the Holy Spirit. That's Gabriel is a Holy Spirit. Mashiach Shai is the ultimate Holy Spirit, but the ultimate holy angel. But you have Michael, Uriel, Gabriel, and Raphael, the four major angels that come to us and deal with us. So now he told Daniel, look what he told Daniel in Daniel's 12 and 13. He told Daniel, go thou thy way till the end be, till the end that we waiting for to be. Remember, Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that follow it. 2 Ezra 6 and 9. He said, but go thy way till the end be, for thou shalt rest and stand in thy lot at the end of the days. See, he had to be here. End of the days, he had to be here. So let's go to Ezra. It's very important. Ezra, the 7th chapter, 2nd Ezra, the 7th chapter. And let's look at verse 49. So like my apocrypha, I gotta have a few of them, few books, few Bibles, because they kind of like wore out. They've been used. Okay, 2nd Ezra, the 7th chapter and the 49th verse, just to show you, coinciding with what Daniel, we just read about Daniel, say, we have sinned and so forth. How was marvelous in the eyes of the Most High? When it says 2nd Ezra 7 and 49, it says, for what profit is it unto us if there be promised us an immortal time, and you're going to live forever in the kingdom, whereas we, including himself, have done the works that bring death. And understand this. So you have a clear indication of who Ezra was. We had lost the word, the Bible, and so forth. And the Most High had Ezra's rewrite, the Bible. But he gave him 204 books, whereas we only have 80. So he gave him 124 more books than what the average person has, because the average person don't even know the Apocrypha exists. They just have a revived version of the King James 611 Bible, whatever Bible they have. You see? And so Ezra was a powerful prophet. But you see what he's saying? He said, whereas we, including himself, a righteous man, have done the works that bring death. You notice how it's the same as what Daniel was doing. And we're going to see the same results you're going to see with Ezra. And that there, verse 50, and that there is promised us an everlasting hope, whereas ourselves, including himself, being most wicked, are made vain, including himself. Being most wicked, are made vain, worthless, good for nothing. And that there are laid up for us dwellings of health and safety, whereas we, including himself, just like Daniel, have lived wickedly, and that the glory of the Most High is kept to defend them which have led a weary life as us, whereas we, including himself, including Ezra, have walked in the most wicked ways of all, and that there should be showed a paradise, whose fruit endure forever, wherein is security and medicine, since we, including himself, and the rest of the 12 tribes of Israel shall not enter into it. So he not even put himself, like I say, dare not make that self one of the numbers. He's not putting himself in the kingdom. You hear what he said? Since we shall not enter into it, but we have walked in unpleasant places, and that the faces of them which have used abstinence shall shine above the stars, whereas our faces shall be blacker than darkness. from all the destruction that's going to go on. But while we lived and committed iniquity, while we lived, him including himself, and committed iniquity, we considered not that we should begin to suffer for it after death. Now, let's go over to 2 Ezra 8:48. This is what the Most High replying to him through the angel or the spirit Uriel. 2 Ezra 8:48. And this also thou art marvelous before the Most High. So you want to be marvelous before the Most High? Listen to what he say. And that thou hast humbled thyself before the Most High. He humbled himself before the Most High, as it becometh thee, and have not judged thyself worthy to be much glorified among the righteous. Let me read you again. In this also thou art marvelous before the Most High, in that thou hast humbled thyself, and as it becometh thee, like we said, we shall not enter into the kingdom. We shall not see paradise, because we are wicked and done iniquity and sinned against the Most High's laws, statutes, commandments, including himself, like Daniel did. Same thing. In that thou hast humbled thyself, you got to be humble. As it becometh thee, and hast not judged thyself worthy to be much glorified among the righteous. For many great miseries, listen at this closely, y'all. For many great miseries shall be done to them that are in the latter time that we in now, the last days shall dwell in the world. Why? Because they have walked in great pride. You got these plagues on the earth right now. How you exclude yourself from this when you walk around with big pride? But understand thou for thyself, and seek out the glory for such as be like thee. That's why he told, look, 2 Ezra 14. 2 Ezra 14th chapter and verse 6. So he said, seek out those that's like him. That's why you're like, why aren't they coming together this way, that way? Because who is like Ezra? Who sees this what I'm bringing out right now? To be marvelous in the eyes of the Most High, or everybody prideful, thinking that you all this and you're going to do this and do that. You ain't going to do a damn thing until the Most High, tell the Mashiach to rise up and bring forth the prophecies that he said is going to happen, that we see it in this lesson. It's in the Most High's hand. Ain't in your hand, no man's hand. Don't follow no man, especially no woman, in dealing with what it is that they saying, contrary to what the Most High say he going to do. He said, wait ye upon me till I rise up to the prey. He's going to orchestrate what's going to happen, like he orchestrating everything right now, rooted in the kingdom of men. Daniel 4:17 tells you that. So now, instead of over at the basis of men, that's what we're looking at right now. So 2 Ezra 14:6, these words shall thou declare, and these shall thou hide. See, some things he said declare, and some things he said hide from everybody. This ain't for everybody. Now, he said in verse 9, this is what he told Ezra. But thou shalt be taken away from all, meaning you're going to die, and from henceforth thou shalt remain with my son, and with such as be like thee, until the times be ended. Go back to 2 Ezra 8:51. But understand thou for thyself, talking to Ezra, and seek out the glory for such as be like thee. So those that's like Ezra, understanding how he was, what it says, verse 48. And this also thou art marvelous before the Most High, in that thou hast humbled thyself. See? I mean, he's not prideful at all, as it becometh thee, and hast not judged thyself worthy to be much glorified among the righteous. See? What number are you of the 144,000 of your tribe? What number are you of the 1/3 of the 12 tribes of Israel that's going to be redeemed? What gate are you going through of the 144,000. North, south, east to west. 3 tribes on each direction. What gate you going through? That you know for sure, before the Most High. So I say, dare not make thyself one of the number. It said the righteous scarcely going to be saved. These are solutions that we looking at from our ancestors to get the answers of how we got to be. He said, in that thou hast humbled thyself. Humble yourself before the Most High, as it becometh thee, and hast not judged thyself worthy to be much glorified among the righteous, for many great miseries. You got to hear this, shall be done to them that in the latter time shall dwell in the world. How much misery we got to have before you realize this what works? Because they have walked in great pride. You can be confident in yourself, but you ain't got to be prideful. He said miracles are going to be upon this earth because people are walking in great pride. Remember we went to Psalms 83rd chapter. Who was the first one to name with their head raised up in pride? Edomites. So that's their world. So you acting like them, you are them. You're a sinful Israelite. You say all the people that commit sin of his people are going to die by the sword. We read that in Amos 9 and 10. For many great miseries shall be done to them that in a latter time shall dwell in the world, because they have walked in great pride. Say, but understand now for thyself, and seek out the glory for such as be like thee. So when you see people are not being humble, you don't have this balance of warrior and humility, and not just for somebody that's with you. That's why they call you a cult, because you're only dealing with the people that's with you. What about we a nation? And you ain't talking about we ain't no group, and we ain't no organization, we ain't no club, and all the things that you try to bring us down and not allowing us to be a nation. Remember, their whole objective was what? To take the name of Israel out of remembrance. We're a nation. We're a nation. We ain't no group. We ain't no organization. We ain't no club. We're a nation. We're the nation of the 12 tribes of Israel. So I say, seek out those that's humble, not calling themselves one of the righteous. Because you can't say it unless you could tell me what number you are. Because you righteous, then you go to the kingdom. My secretary ain't got to come back to teach you nothing, because you already got it together. He said he's going to teach us 1,000 years. That's a long time. But you already got it together for whoever it is that you teaching to know. We know in part and prophesy in part. That's it. When he comes, he's going to make that part that we don't know whole. But you already doing that? I don't think so. Ain't nobody answering. It says, for unto you that's humble, got a broken and contrite spirit before the Most High, and you ain't never not before the Most High. See, but unto you is paradise open. The kingdom is open. The tree of life is planted. Time to come is prepared. Mark Shabbat says, I go to prepare a place for you. It's prepared, y'all. Plentiness is ready. Whatever you want, gonna be plenty of it. A city is builded and rest is allowed. Yeah, perfect goodness and wisdom. The root of evil is sealed up from you. Weakness and the moth is hid from you. And corruption is fled in the hell to be forgotten. No more corrupt people. No more corruption, period. Gonna flee in the hell to be forgotten. Sorrows are past. No more crying. In the kingdom, no more tear ducts. Sorrows are past, and in the end is showed the treasure of immortality. I mean, we're gonna be able to live forever and ever and ever. Hallelujah. Sound like good news to me. What about you? See? So that's why we gotta be humble. Don't take away from what we gotta do when the time comes. But we still gotta be humble. We gotta have that balance. Look at humility of John the Baptist's mother. Go to Luke, the 1st chapter. Mary, Mashashi's mother, came to her. Let's see. Start at verse verse 38. And Mary said, Behold, the handmaid of the Most High, be it unto me according to thy word. And the angel departed from her, angel Gabriel. And Mary arose in those days and went into the hill country with haste into a city of Judah, and entered into the house of Zacharias, and saluted Elizabeth. Zachariah and Elizabeth. These are John the Baptist, father and mother. And it came to pass that when Elizabeth heard the salutation of Mary, the babe leaped in her womb, which is John the Baptist. And Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Spirit. And she was filled with the Holy Spirit, just like Mary was filled with the Holy Spirit, with a Mashiach in her womb. And she spake out with a loud voice and said, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. And whence is this to me, that the mother of my master should come to me? That's humble. Say, hey, what is this to me, that the mother of my master, Mashiach should come to me? For lo, as soon as the voice of thy salutation sounded in mine ears, the babe leaped in my womb for joy. And blessed is she that believed, but there shall be a performance of those things which were told her from the Most High. And Mary said, My soul does magnify the Most High, and my spirit hath rejoiced in the Most High, my Savior. See, so these are the things that you're looking at that we need to look at in humbling ourselves as they were humble. You know, he said, verse 42, and whence is this to me, that the mother of my master should come to me? She feeling it. Look at Matthew, 3rd chapter. That's humility. Matthew 3. John the Baptist was the one that led the way for Mashiach, but he had his purpose, like we have our purpose today. Matthew, the 3rd chapter, and let's look at verse 11. It said, John the Baptist saying, this is John the Baptist, he was in the Jordan baptized. He said, I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance. But he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize you with the Holy Spirit and with fire. That's the word of the Most High. But who is John baptizing? Anybody and everybody? You would think that he was, right? But let's see who is baptizing. Go to Acts the 13th. Hold that. Acts the 13th chapter and verse 24, because the Bible answers itself. It says, when John, who was John the Baptist, who we just read about, that said, I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance, right? So that's what John the Baptist said. So here it is in Acts 13:24. Gonna let us know who it was he was baptizing. When John had first preached before his coming, before Mashiach came to him to be baptized, the baptism of repentance to who? To all the people of Israel. You see? And as John fulfilled his course, he said, whom think ye that I am? I am not he. See, I'm not Mashiach Yahushua. But behold, there cometh one after me, whose shoes of his feet I am not worthy to loose. See? So now, going back to Matthew the 3rd chapter, that's why I don't understand how people can think that precept, and if you keep precept, a lot of these scriptures, just verses alone, to show you that a lot of this is already prophesied of the Old Testament. Go to Isaiah 40, prophesied. Isaiah 40th chapter, and the 3rd verse. the voice of him that crieth in the wilderness. Prepare ye the way of Mashiach Yahushua. Make straight in the desert a highway for our power. See? So here it is. Going back to Matthew, the 3rd chapter. He's saying, verse 12, whose fan is in his hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor and gather his wheat into the garner, into his barn. Those that are the 1/3 of the 12 tribes of Israel. But he will burn up the shaft with unquenchable fire when he come back to judge and make war. Then cometh from Mashiach Yahushua from Galilee to Jordan unto John to be baptized of him. But John forbade him, saying, listen what he said, I have need to be baptized of thee, and cometh thou to me? Say, look, that's humble. That's humility. He say, hey, you need to baptize me. You ask me to baptize you? And the Mashiach say, answering, said unto him, suffer it to be so now. But thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness. See? To fulfill what was written, to fulfill all righteousness, that he would do it. Then he suffered him. And the Mashiach, when he was baptized, went up straightway out of the water, and lo, the heavens were opened unto him, and he saw the Spirit of the Most High descending like a dove and lighting upon him. And lo, a voice from heaven saying, this is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. You know, so he is the Son of the Most High. He was saying, hey, the Son of the Most High, whom I am well pleased. He did just what the Most High wanted him to do. No more, no less. Let's go to Isaiah 38. Isaiah 38 and 15. We're looking at, hey, we warriors, but we still got to be humble. What shall I say? He has both spoken unto me, and himself have done it. I shall go softly all my years in the bitterness of my soul. That's humility. So he can go softly all my years, because the Most High see everything in the bitterness of my soul. O Most High, by these things men live, and in all these things is the life of my spirit. So wilt thou recover me and make me to live. Behold, for peace I have great bitterness, but thou hast in love to my soul delivered it from the pit of corruption. But thou hast cast all my sins behind thy back. Man, that's forgiveness right there. For the grave cannot praise thee. Somebody that died can't praise the Most High. Death cannot celebrate thee. They that go down into the pit cannot hope for thy truth. They that go down to the pit or the grave cannot hope for keeping the Most High's law, statutes, and commandments. The living. He shall praise thee. We that's living can praise the Most High, as I do this day. The Father to the children shall make known thy truth. Father to the children shall make known the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. But you got to be humble. You cannot be all prideful and think that the Most High going to deal with you. You draw evil to you, I'm telling you, you're going to see. Most High long suffering, but believe me, you've heard enough of what works with the Most High to know you gotta be right. Do what our ancestors did. You see? Jeremiah. Go to Jeremiah 10 and 1. Jeremiah the 10th chapter in the it said, hear ye the word which the Most High speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. So he's talking to the family of Israel. Who lives in the house? Family. He said, hear the word of the Most High as he speak to you, O family of Israel, O house of Israel. What do he say? Thus say the Most High. learn not the way of the heathen. These other nations outside of the 12 tribes of Israel, the Most High has not dealt with and given his laws, statutes, commandments to. That's why I say, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. So we got many signs of heaven. He said, don't be dismayed at them. While we sung the song, Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, coming for to carry me home. I looked over Jordan, was in a river that falls down Israel. And what did I see? A band of angels coming for me. Matter of fact, he tell you in Revelation 6, 9 and 16, 200 million angels. That's a lot. Coming to redeem us. See? So we say, for the custom of the people are vain. See? They vain, they're worthless. That's why he told you in Psalm 96 and 5, all the gods of the nations are idols. They're not dealing with the most high power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So how you gonna follow what they say do? You're gonna be off. Look at Jeremiah 10 and verse 23. O Most High, I know that the way of man is not in himself. It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps. Do whatever you want to do. Remember the Most High said he's speaking visions and dreams. And direct man, take pride away from man to do what he want him to do. So Most High, I know that the way of man is not in himself. It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps. O Most High, correct me. He should correct all of us. But with judgment, not in thine anger, lest thou bring me to nothing. Hear that? He said, correct us, but not in his anger, lest he bring us to nothing. That's why Hebrews 10 and 31, it says, for it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the Most High, the living power, right? Hebrews 12 and 29 says, for the Most High is a consuming fire. That's why he's saying what he's saying. O Most High, verse 24, correct me, but with judgment, not in thine anger, lest thou bring me to nothing. Most High's consuming fire. Hold that. Go to Ezekiel. The 20th chapter, and let's see what I want. Look at verse 18. No. Verse 13. Ezekiel 20 and 13. But the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness. They walked not in my statutes, and they despised my judgments. Which if a man do, he shall even live in them. And my Sabbaths they greatly polluted every 7 days. And the holy days that the Most High ordained as holy convocations in Leviticus the 23rd chapter. Then I said, I would pour out my fury upon them in the wilderness to consume them. Remember, the Most High is a consuming fire to consume us. But I wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, in whose sight I brought them out. See, he brought us out from among the heathen to be amongst ourselves. Yet also I lifted up my hand unto them in the wilderness, that I would not bring them into the land which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands, the land that he gave us, of Israel, because they despised my judgments and walked not in my statutes, but polluted my Sabbaths. for their heart went after their idols. You know, our minds went after their idols, and not the Most High. Nevertheless, mine eye spared them from destroying them. Neither did I make an end of them in the wilderness. You see, let us walk around 40 years till all the adults died except for Joshua and Caleb. But I said unto their children in the wilderness. We had children those 40 years that we wandered in the wilderness until everybody died that was an adult but Joshua and Caleb. They're the only ones, adults, that he allowed to go in. As we said, that's what I say, but I said unto the children in the wilderness, walk ye not in the statutes of your fathers, neither observe their judgments, nor defile yourselves with their idols. I am the Most High, your power. Walk in my statutes and keep my judgments and do them, and hallow my Sabbaths that they polluted. The elders polluted it. The parents of the children polluted the Most High Sabbaths. And they shall be a sign between me and you, that ye may know that I am the Most High, your power. Your is a personal possessive pronoun showing ownership. Notwithstanding, the children rebelled against me. We did this over and over again. They walked not in my statutes, neither kept my judgments to do them, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. They polluted my Sabbaths. Then I said, I would pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. Nevertheless, I withdrew mine hand and wrought for my name's sake. His name is in our name, Yah, Shar, Allah. For his name's sake, that it would not be polluted in the sight of the heathen, in whose sight I brought them forth. He said, I lifted up mine hand unto them, also in the wilderness, that I would scatter them among the heathen and disperse them through the countries. Told us that in Deuteronomy 28:64, because they had not executed my judgments, but had despised my statutes and had polluted my Sabbaths. And their eyes were after their fathers' idols. Wherefore I gave them also statutes that were not good. That's what he did to us. Oh, you going to be like that? Okay, well, he gave us statutes that were not good. And judgments whereby they should not live. He said he gave us judgments where we shouldn't even live. And I polluted them in their own gifts, in that they caused to pass through the fire all that opens the womb, the children. Put them in the fire to Molech, that I might make them desolate, to the end that they might know that I am the Most High. Therefore, Son of Man, speak unto the house of Israel, speak unto we, the family of Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel, and say unto them, thus say the Most High power, yet in this your fathers have blasphemed me, in that they have committed a trespass against me. See, that's why we're looking at coming back to the Most High, or you're going to face the wrath of the Most High. Ezekiel 22. He's a consuming fire, verse 20. As they gather silver, Ezekiel 22:20, as they gather silver and brass and iron and lead and tin into the midst of the furnace to blow the fire upon it, you blow air on fire, get really hot. Blow the fire upon it to melt it. So will I gather you in mine anger and in my fury, and I will leave you there and melt you. You coming with fire, y'all. This could be your last warning. Yeah, I will gather you and blow upon you in the fire. Is he blowing that air on that fire to make it hot as ever, to melt you? Yeah, I will gather you and blow upon you in the fire of my wrath, and ye shall be melted in the midst thereof. As silver is melted in the midst of the furnace, so shall ye be melted in the midst thereof. And ye shall know that I, the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Jacob being the forefather of the 12 tribes of Israel, have poured out my fury upon you. You ready for that? That's why you better get it together. This gonna be our last cry, man. Our last time to cry. After that, it's over. It's over. Kingdom is coming. And hopefully Most High will be worthy to be there. That's what this is about to me. That's why he told us in Matthew 11 to 28, 29 to 30. Listen to that Mashiach Yahushua, humility. He said, come unto me, all you that labor and are heavy laden. That's all of us, children of Israel, true Israel. And I will give you rest. That's in time. Take my yoke upon you and learn of me, he said. He come in the volume of the book. For I am meek and lowly in heart. That's you, humble. You say, I'm humble. And ye shall find rest unto your souls. So, he coming to judge and make war. Revelation 19:11 says he coming to judge and make war. But he's also humble. That's why I keep letting you see the comparison between a warrior and you still got to be humble. He said, for I am meek and lowly in heart. Lowly in mind. That's humility. And you shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is easy and my burden is light. That's why I say, go back to Philippians 2. The second chapter. And look what it says concerning him. It says, Philippians 2:5. So let this mind be in you, which was also in Mashiach Yahushua, who being in the form of the Most High, thought it not robbery to be equal with the Most High, meaning he was the son of the Most High. And what do you see the Most High do? That's what he done. He is the word of the Most High. So what do you hear the Most High say? That's what he said, as the word of the Most High. But made himself of no reputation. He wasn't trying to be somebody in hell, in the Roman Empire. He said, but made himself of no reputation, right? It took upon him the form of a servant. It was made in the likeness of men, just like everybody else, every other man. Look what it said in one way because he said, hey, he would heal people. He did more miracles than he put in all the books of the world. Couldn't contain all the miracles he done. What'd he say? Don't tell nobody. Made himself no reputation. To make himself no reputation at all. So it says, let this mind be in you, which was also in the Mashiach Yahushua, who being in the form of the Most High, thought it not robbery to be equal with the Most High, but made himself of no reputation, and took upon him the form of a servant, and was made in the likeness of men. And being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself. That's the Son of the Most High. He told the Romans he could call down 12 legions of angels, destroy all of them. But he humbled himself because he had a job to do. That's why we got to look at this balance. He humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross, the affliction that he had to share as they hung him on a tree. Wherefore the Most High also hath highly exalted him and given him a name which is above every name, that at the name of Mashiach Yahushua, every knee should bow of things in heaven and things in earth and things under the earth, and that every tongue should confess that Mashiach Yahushua is the master, to the glory of the Most High, the Father, the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You see? So he humbled himself. He the Son of the Most High. He didn't have to humble himself. But look what he said. Matthew Matthew 10:34. Look what he said. Matthew 10:34. Think not. See, don't even think that I am come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. You see? He comes in peace, but a sword. For I am come to say that a man at variance against his father, if he's off and not want to deal with being in the truth, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, a man's foes, a man's enemies shall be they of his own household, his own family. When you're dealing with this truth, and you're looking at, are you going to compromise to be like your family members that's not dealing in the truth, that don't care about the Most High, the Mashiach Bashai, as it is written? Or are you going to maintain your ability to go into the kingdom as you're preparing yourself, Most High will, that you'll be worthy to go into the kingdom? Shabbat Shalom, everyone online. Welcome. I'm just in the spirit rolling, and I really can't see everybody, but a few people that I see that's online. But welcome. I hope this is edifying. So you see, on Mashiach Bashai, he humbled himself. There's many cases of this. Look at Matthew 8 and verse 5. And when the Mashiach Bashai was entered into Capernaum, there came unto him a centurion, soldier, beseeching him and saying, Master, my servant lieth at home sick of the palsy, grievously tormented. And the Mashiach said unto him, I will come and heal him. See, I'm going to come and heal him. This is what he told him. And the centurion answered and said, Master, I am not worthy that thou should have come under my roof. He said, I ain't even worthy that you come under my roof into my house. He said, I ain't worthy that you come into my house. But speak the word only, and my servant shall be healed. You hear that? That's humility. He said, I am not worthy that thou should have come under my roof. But speak the word only. That's faith in the Most High. And my servant shall be healed. For I am a man under authority, having soldiers under me. And I say to this man, go, and he goeth. And to another, come, and he cometh. And to my servant, do this, and he doeth it. When the Mashiach heard it, he marveled and said to them that followed, verily I said to you, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel. He said, hey, all you do is speak the word, and my servant going to be healed. And I say unto you that many shall come from the east and west, and shall sit down with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. But the children of the kingdom shall be cast out into outer darkness. This is where we at, trying to get you out of this outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth before you be thrown into the ultimate outer darkness, where you weeping and gnashing of teeth. It's too late for you to change and become a new creature. Too late for you to be born again. You see? Become that new man or that new woman. Because you're going to be cast into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And the Mashiach Bashai said unto the centurion, go thy way. And as thou hast believed, as you have had faith in the Most High, so be it done unto thee. And his servant was healed in that self same hour. See? But that's humility. He said, I ain't even worthy for you to come under my roof, man. Knowing the things he done. Look at Matthew 25, 25th chapter. And start at verse 31. It says, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. Because you're going to have the kingdom first. It's going to be the Mashiach Bashai's kingdom. first. And behold, and before him shall be gathered all nations. All nations will be gathered before him. And he shall separate them one from another. If everybody's supposed to be together, you can be with whoever you want to be. We already went through the interracial marriages and all that. But he said he's going to separate all the nations one from another, as a shepherd divided his sheep from the goats, right? So that's why you go back to go to Deuteronomy in the law. How the Most High gave everybody their lands and so forth, their inheritance of where they're going to live at. In Deuteronomy 32 and 8 and 9. Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9. That's how he did it from the beginning. Deuteronomy 32 and 8. When the Most High divided, not integrated, divided to the nations their inheritance, the lands that they're going to live on. When he separated the sons of Adam, because we all come from Adam, Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their wives. He separated the sons of Adam. He set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. He gave the Israelites our land first, then he gave the other nations their land. But the Most High's portion is his people. Jacob was the forefather of the 12 tribes of Israel, is the lot of his inheritance, right? His people are the 12 tribes of Israel. So the Most High separated all the nations, gave them their lands. Look at the back of the Bibles. You can see that. You see the land of all the 12 tribes of Israel. You see around us, you'll see these different places where the Most High put these other nations at, in their lands, to be with the man with their woman, to procreate, and so forth. That's why it says in Matthew 25 and 32, and before him shall be gathered all nations. It's the judgment. And he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats, right? And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. That's that balance to still again. The sheep going to be on the right hand and the goats on the left. Now, last I read Matthew 15, 24. Hold that. Matthew 15, 24. This from his own words. From his own words. He said, but he answered and said, I am not sent, but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So those sheep are the house or the family of the Israelites, right? You need more proof? Go to Jeremiah. (50:6). What do you say? My people have been lost sheep. See, my people have been lost sheep. Verse 17, who is people? Israel is a scattered sheep. See? So we, the Israelites, are the sheep that he's talking about. So that's what he said in Matthew 25 and 33. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. So now we look at the goats and look at Daniel. If we can go to Daniel 8:21. Daniel 8:21. Who the goats? And the rough goat is the king of Grecia. And the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king, who is Alexander the Greek. So the rough goat represents the king of Grecia. So the goat, that's their symbol. The 5-point star, that's their symbol. You turn it upside down, you got the 2 horns, the floppy ears, and the goatee. That's their symbol. The goat. They're the goats. And the rough goat is the king of Grecia, who represents Alexander the Greek. He's prophesied about it. If you don't know anything about history, then you don't know. All you do is go to First Maccabees, the first chapter, tell you that Alexander the Greek took down the Persian and Mede Empire. It says, and the great horn or power that is between his eyes is the first king, who is Alexander the Greek. Right? So that's his story. This right here, our story. You see it right here in the Bible. This is our story right here. So now, when you see that, you're going to put the sheep on the right hand and the goats on the left. So it tells you how it's very important that you understand when he said in Revelation 18:4, come out of her, my people. Come out of that mindset. Don't think like they think. There's a reason why, because, look, go to Wisdom of Solomon, the 5th chapter. And we start verse 1. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labors. So this is what you're seeing now. We're standing in great boldness in the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of our labors. We've had what over these 400 years of slavery, you know. What reparations you got? You don't get no reparations except for what it says in Obadiah, the 17th verse. That's your reparations, y'all. Remember we went to Obadiah? We read down to the 17th verse. Should we go to let's look at the made no account of his labors, right? But in the end, there's going to be an account for our labors. Obadiah, the 17th verse. This is reparations from the Most High right here. But upon Mount Zion, which are representing the 12 tribes of Israel, shall be deliverance. We're going to be saved. And there shall be holiness. And the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. You know? That's why I say the wicked are a ransom for the righteous. That's who it's talking about. The vision of Obadiah, verse 1. Thus say the Most High concerning Edom. Straight up, he gave them 21 verses. So that's your reparation right there. We're going to possess their possessions. Going back to Wisdom of Solomon 5. They made no account of his labors, right? But they're going to make account then. Listen what they're going to say. And when they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation. They're going to be amazed at the strangeness of our salvation coming into power, rulership, and authority on this earth, so far beyond all they look for. This is what they're going to say. And they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this was he. And all you that's joined with them, you're going to be saying the same thing, go right along with them saying that, because y'all don't believe that we are the chosen people of the Most High. You don't believe that we the Israelites. You believe that whoever it is that's claiming to be Jews, they can't even name 12 tribes. Ask them. Name 12 tribes. Ask them what tribe are they from? Naphtali? And see what you get. And they repented and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this was he, talking about us, we the children of Israel, whom we had sometime in derision and a proverb of reproach. You know, all these different names that they call us. You understand, when you think about it, I got 104 different identities asking our brothers, mainly, what's your race?
As joined.
104 different identities asking them simple thing of what's your race? 104 different identities. It's outrageous. It's just beyond imagination, the things that people say. I'm talking about us. What we have said concerning who we are as a race. Explaining to them, you are who your father is. You can go back that far. You who your father is. Whom we have had sometimes in derision and a proverb of reproach. We fools account of his life madness. And his end to be without honor. Calling themselves fools. They realizing this. How is he numbered among the children of the Most High? And his lot is among the saints. They scream it. Therefore have we erred. Listen, that's what he said. Therefore have we erred from the way of truth. What's the truth? Psalms 119, 142. That righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. So they erred from the laws of the Most High. Listen. Remember, we say he's going to give us to a lawless nation, most hateful forsakers of the Most High, and into an unjust king. In Song of Three Holy Children, verse 9, we read that earlier. Therefore have we erred from the way of truth. That's the goats on the left side. In the light of righteousness, which is the laws, the light is the law. Proverbs 6:23 proves that the light is the law of righteousness in Deuteronomy 6:25. Righteousness is keeping of the laws too, or the Most High too. Have not shined unto us, because let's look at who the laws were given to. Psalms 147, 19 and 20. So you understand why they're going to say this is salvation coming on this earth, what they're going to say. Without a shadow of a doubt. You want to know? Here it is. The past, the present, and the future. Psalms 147, 19 and 20. Who the Most High give his laws to? He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgment unto Israel. Listen, he have not dealt so with any nation. And as for his judgments for breaking the Most High's commandments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Most High. So that's why it's saying, verse 6 of Wisdom of Solomon, the 5th chapter, where therefore have we erred from the way of truth, and the light of righteousness hath not shined unto us, and the sun of righteousness rose not upon us, because the Most High only gave his laws unto the 12 tribes of Israel. That's why he said in Amos 3, 1 and 2. If you learn the chosen scriptures, man, you can pretty much answer everything. Amos 3, 1 and 2. Hear this word that the Most High has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt. All 12 tribes came out of the Egyptian captivity, saying what? You only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities, for our wickedness, the things that we doing wrong, because he only know us. He said, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. So you don't know nobody else. Why he said, look, Isaiah 40 and 17. Isaiah 40 and 17. So these scriptures they not read in the church. They'll lose a whole lot of money. These scriptures were read up in the church, right? Listen what it said. With understanding, Isaiah 40, 17. All nations before him are as nothing, and they are counted to him less than nothing and vanity. Jump up to verse 15. Behold, the nations are as a drop of a bucket, a little drop that fall from a bucket, and are counted as the small dust of the balance. Put dust on a scale. Behold, he taketh up the isles as a very little thing. So y'all say, oh, that's talking about the Israelites too? No, because he said in verse 1, he said, comfort ye. Like we here to comfort our people. Comfort ye. My people, said the Most High. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, to the Israelites, and cry unto her. Now we got to cry unto the Most High. We crying unto you. That her warfare is accomplished. See, our warfare is accomplished. We in these last days, our warfare is accomplished, Yasharallah. That her iniquity is pardoned. For she have received of the Most High's hand double for all her sins. You see? So that's why you look at Lamentations. Lamentations 5 and 7. Look, our fathers have sinned. See, our forefathers sinned. They broke the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High, and they're not here. Our forefathers sinned, and they're not here. And we have borne their iniquities. See, we carried their iniquities. We paid the price for what they did. That's why it said we have received double for all our sins. So now we look at Jeremiah 4 and 22. That's why he said you're going to put the sheep on the right hand and the goats on the left, right? So Jeremiah 4 and 22, it says, he said, for my people is foolish. They have not known me. They are sottish children, silly children. And they have none understanding. They are wise to do evil. That's 2/3 of our people. That's why you got to come back to this righteousness of the Most High. But to do good, they have no knowledge. And he tell you Hosea 4 and 6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So we got to come back to the Most High and stop being sottish children, silly and stupid. You know, this is very important because he said in Going back to Lamentations 4:22. Right after Jeremiah, Lamentations is nothing but humility of Jeremiah crying to the Most High. He said, the punishment of thy iniquity is accomplished. We receive double, Yasharallah, for being silent children, being silly and stupid, doing the things that the Most High say we're not supposed to do. The punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion, O 12 tribes of Israel. We in his last days. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. So we know those that do know, and you don't know, you're going to know now. Go to Deuteronomy 28:68. The punishment of our captivity, he said, we will no more carry us away into captivity again. This is the last time we went to captivity. When it says, and the Most High shall bring thee into Egypt, which means captivity, slavery, and bondage again, another time. How? With ships. What people came into captivity, slavery, and bondage on slave ships, if I might ask. It was not us. See, by the way, where I'm speaking to thee, thou shalt see it no more again. We're not going to see our homeland of Israel as a nation again until the Most High plant us in that land. And there, when you go on these ships, you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, slave men and slave women. And no man shall buy you, meaning no man going to save us or redeem us from the condition that we put ourselves in by not following the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High. So he told us, ain't nobody going to save us. Ain't no man going to save you. A lot of y'all into men. Y'all think a man going to save you. You better come out of that. The Most High said, because that man is taking the place of the Most High, and you giving him a posterity to say that he's going to save you. But understand and overstand this. He's saying the punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. Right? Hold that. So I made a statement. I want to make sure that you understand. Go to Isaiah 60. So, ain't no man going to do this but the Most High. The man trying to do this, he taking the place of the Most High. And I told you it's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of living power. So Isaiah 60 and 21. Thy people, who are the 12 tribes of Israel, also shall be all righteous. Hear that? We're going to follow the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High. They shall inherit the land. How long? Forever. But who's going to plant us there? The branch of my planting. That's the Most High planting. The work of my hands. How? Why? That I may be glorified. You hear that? That the Most High can be glorified. So if man gonna do it, the man is taking the place of the Most High, and how the Most High gonna be glorified? Well, it's a fearful thing to fall to the hand of living power. Y'all better lock into the Most High. Look, he said, a little one shall become 1,000. So a little one gonna become 1,000, have 1,000 babies. And a small one, a strong nation. Now the Most High will hasten it in his time. It's on the Most High. Everything's in the Most High's hand. Hallelujah. So now going back to Lamentations 4:22, it says, the punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. That's the last captivity we got to be in right now. This is it. What he's going to do? He will visit thine iniquity. He's going to visit the wickedness, O daughter of Edom, because Edom will be ruling in the last days. He will discover thy sins. He's going to discover their sins. How they have broken the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High. So let's go back to Wisdom of Solomon, the 5th chapter. What are they saying? Sin is let's get sin first. What's sin? Because a lot of you might not know what sin is according to the Bible. Because y'all come up with your own explanation. Repeat this, like you turn to your level and say this and that. Like they have you from the religious instruction to the Negroes in the United States of America that y'all following to the T. Repeat this. 1 John 3 and 4. When they ask you what is sin, learn this by heart. 1 John 3 and 4. Whosoever committed sin transgresses also the law. For sin is the transgression of the law. You see that? Whose laws are they? The Most High's laws. He wrote the laws with the finger of the Most High. He wrote these laws, you see? So whosoever committed sin transgresses also the law, for sin is the transgression of the law. So he gonna visit how Esau, the Edomites, have transgressed the Most High's laws by coming up with these Bibles and put themselves in it. They put themselves in it. That's not a sin. They say that they're the Most High. That's not a sin to say that they the Mashiach Yahushua. And our people think that the Most High is a so-called white man gonna come back and deliver them. Come on now. Make it make sense. Who's standing against that? Who is it that killed Hamashiach Yahushua? Who put him to death? So-called white man. He said he was innocent. I watched my husband, did score, had him beat. You see that movie, The Passion? Come on now. It's real talk. That's why he said. Going back to Matthew 25, out of this. Matthew 25 and 31. When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, 200 million angels tell us in Revelation 9:16. Then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. He gonna sit in his glory. And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, like he separated all the nations once he gave us our land. We read in Deuteronomy 32:8-9. He gonna separate all the nations, one from another, as a shepherd divided his sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, the sheep on his right hand, the sheep, the 12 tribes of Israel on his right hand, but the goats on the left. So it tells you Esau is the end of the world in 2 Ezra 6-9, right? So he gonna set them on his left hand, right? Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, which are the 12 tribes of Israel, 1/3, mind you, come ye blessed of my Father. The only way you blessed of the Most High is this is the kingdom. What we working on now? Deuteronomy 28. Hold that. Deuteronomy 28, 1 and 2. This how you blessed. This how you're gonna be blessed. And it shall come to pass, if condition thou shalt hearken or listen attentively unto the voice of the Most High, thy power, your power, Israelites, our power, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Most High, thy power, will set thee on high above all nations of the earth. That's the kingdom. That's the kingdom right there. And all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Most High, thy power, your power. See? That's how we're going to be blessed. But he told you in 15, in verse 15, this moment. It told us in verse 15, but if it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Most High thy power, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So we didn't follow the law, statutes, commandments. As we've heard, we've been rebellious and all that. And so we went into these curses from verse 16 all the way to 68. Curses that befell who? We, the children of Israel. Bring forth any nation to say that just applies to them from verse 16 all the way to 68. Only us. Nobody else can claim that. So as we go back to Matthew, the 25th chapter, you're going to set the sheep on his right hand, the 12 tribes of Israel on his right hand, and the goats on his left hand, right? So now, verse 34 says, then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, come ye blessed of my Father, that's keeping the commandments of the Most High, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. You see, we was always supposed to be in the kingdom, but Most High said, hey, you can eat of the tree of life and live forever, but don't eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, else you're going to die. We chose death. But I was hungry, listen to what it said, and I was hungry, and you gave me meat. So I was hungry, you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. You gave me something. I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you took me in. Naked and you clothed me. I was sick and you visited me. I was in prison and you came unto me. Then shall the righteous answer him. Now the righteous only those that keep the commandments of the Most High. Saying, let me deal with that. I gave you the scripture. And I know, our people are lazy. Y'all probably not gonna go there. Hopefully you wrote it down. You're writing these scriptures down. Deuteronomy 6:25, pertaining how you determine if you're righteous. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Most High, our power, whose eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of man and the secret parts, as he has commanded us. So that's how you righteous to keep his commandments, as he commanded us. So now, that's why when you see righteous, that's what it's talking about. Now, says, for I was going back to Matthew 25:35, for I was hungry and you gave me meat. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you took me in. Naked and you clothed me. I was sick and you visited me. I was in prison and you came unto me. Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, Mashiach Yahushai, when saw we thee and hungry, and fed thee, or thirsty, and gave thee drink? When saw we thee a stranger and took thee in, or naked and clothed thee? He's trying to say, when did we do this? And when saw we thee sick and in prison and came unto thee? And the king shall answer and say unto them, verily, truly, I say unto you, inasmuch, listen just closely, Yasharella, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, and tells you in Hebrews 7:14, for it is evidence of fact that our power, Mashiach Yahushua, the same one that's speaking here, came out of the tribe of Judah, came out of Jacob's fourth-born son, Judah. It said, when you done it to the least of these my brethren who are the children of Israel, ye have done it unto me. You see? So when we do these things to our brethren, showing love and compassion to our brethren, you doing it unto a Mashiach Yahushua. But then shall he say, verse 41, unto them on the left hand, depart from me, ye cursed. Why they cursed? Because they're not keeping the commandments of the Most High. Into everlasting fire. I mean, it's going to burn forever and ever and ever. Prepared for the devil and his angels. You know? Prepared for the devil and his angels. So the devil got angels. Like we angels on the right side, devil's got angels on the left side. Remember he said the goat's going to be on the left? Come on now. What'd he say? Verse 33, and he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. You got to see how he said it, because a lot of you probably missed it because you're not realizing that the Mashiach Yahushua is calling him the devil right here. But that probably go over your head because you say go sheep on the right hand and the goats on the left. But he said what? Then verse 41, then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, who are what? Who the left? Verse 32, and before him shall be gathered all nations, he shall separate them one from another as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. So the sheep is on the right hand, and he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. So you can't not make this mean anything different. He calling the goats what? The devil. This is what he say, and his angels. Then shall he say unto them on the left hand, who are the goats, depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angel, who are the goats. Overstand this. It says prepared for the devil and his angels. Everlasting fire, y'all. So you can think however you want to think. The scripture answers everything. Look at Isaiah. Go to Isaiah the 13th chapter. Bringing this message because everybody got to deal with this. First one says the burden of Babylon, right? The burden of Babylon. Who's this Babylon? Who's this? Like it told us in look at this. All praise the Most High. I went right to it. Isaiah 47. It said, "Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon." Right? Sit on the ground, but you're gonna be at a lower state. Now, who is this Babylon? Who is this virgin daughter of Babylon? This daughter of Babylon. This Babylon that he's talking about. Go to Psalms 137. Psalms 137. It's very important that we see this because we're seeing what they're going to say when salvation is come on this earth. So you can't forget that. Hopefully you're taking good notes so you can go over this. You'll see that it's speaking to you. All of us. Psalms 137 and 7. It said, "Remember, O Most High, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof." We read about this earlier. We read about the Edomites burned down our temple when the Chaldeans, the Babylonians, took us into captivity. When we started our 70-year captivity under the Ethiopians, under Nebuchadnezzar and all those that came after him. You know, going back again, in case some of you missed it, you probably wasn't here earlier, but you can go back and look at it from the beginning and see that we went over this. When you look at 1 Ezra 4 and 45, it says, "Thou also have vowed to build up the temple which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldeans, by the Babylonians, or the Cushites, or the Ethiopians." Right? So that's what he's saying. David is prophesying concerning Edom. It says, but we're looking at the virgin daughter of Babylon, in Isaiah the 13th chapter and so forth, in 47th chapter. Listen to what it says. Psalm 34 and 7. "Remember, O Most High, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof." We read in Obadiah. We read all this already in this lesson, what they were doing, what they done, right? So it's the "O daughter of Babylon." See? "Remember, O Most High, the children of Edom," in verse 7. Who are they? O daughter of Babylon. You call them a virgin in Isaiah 47 because nobody's touched them. Virgin, ain't nobody touched the virgin. She's, she haven't been touched. She haven't had any sexual relationship with a man. So that's how America is untouched, right? That's why they call her a virgin daughter of Babylon. Say, "O daughter of Babylon." Who are who? Verse 7. "Remember, O Most High, the children of Edom," who is O daughter of Babylon, who are to be destroyed. "Happy shall he be that rewarded thee as thou hast served us." You remember they're going to get just what they reap, what they said they're going to get. We got double. So they're going to get double too. It says, "Happy shall he be that taketh and dashes thy little ones against the stones." And I've showed you many case scenarios in that book that I have called The Destruction of the Indies by Bartholomew de las Casas. We have pictures in that book showing you how they have us in gallows and burning us when they came into the Western Hemisphere, and they have our babies dashing them against the stone. That's what the Most High says he's going to do. So going back to Isaiah 13, that's why I say it's a mindset where you have to understand why this is going down. Isaiah 13, verse 1, the burden of Babylon. Just talking about the Edomites. Now going to verse 14. "And it shall be as a chased roe." They're going to be like a chased deer, "and a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people." So they're going to be like a sheep that no man taketh up. And no one will be bothered with them when this time comes. And the Most High said, he said, "Wait ye upon me," right? So the Most High going to bring this. "And as a sheep that no man taketh up, and no one will be bothered at this time. They shall every man turn to his own people and flee into everyone into his own land." So everybody's going back to their own land. Listen, "Everyone that is found shall be thrust through." That's what it's saying. Everyone that's found shall be thrust through. Listen at this. "And everyone that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword." See? That's what it said. Say, "Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes." Like our children were just dashed to pieces before our eyes. It's like I say in that book, The Destruction of the West Indies by Bartholomew de las Casas, it shows pictures of them dashing our children against the stones. So we received double for our iniquity. They just went beyond the call of duty. Most High was just a little angry with us, and they helped forward the affliction. So it says, "Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished." See? So now, verse 19, and Babylon, America, the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldeans, excellence shall be as when the Most High overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. It shall never be inhabited. Neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. Neither shall the Arabian pitch tent there. Neither shall the shepherds make their fold there. Nobody gonna live here, period, at all. So now, when you understand this, what they're gonna say when this all happens and they see salvation coming to us, we read in Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 7, they're gonna say, Wisdom of Solomon 5, going to verse 7, this is what they're gonna say. When the salvation is coming on this earth, they're gonna say this. It's very important. Let's read verse 6 first. Therefore have we erred from the way of truth. Therefore have they erred from the way of keeping the Most High's laws, statutes, commandments, moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, ceremonial laws that we keeping now. And the light of righteousness has not shined unto us. The laws, statutes, commandments have not shined unto them. Remember, he showed his word unto Jacob, his statutes, his laws and statutes, commandments to Israel. He have not dealt so with any other nation. And the light of righteousness have not shined unto us. And this is what they're saying when salvation is coming on this earth, to set up righteousness on this earth. This is what they're going to say. And the light of righteousness have not shined unto us, and the sun of righteousness rose not upon us. This is what they're going to say. We reared ourselves in the way of wickedness and destruction. Yeah, we have gone through deserts where there lay no way. But as for the way of the Most High and the way of Mashiach Yahushua, we have not known it. Known it means from the past. It's a past tense. From this point that we living in now until the time that salvation is coming on this earth, they're going to say, as for the way of the Most High and the Mashiach Yahushua, we have not known it. That's why Mashiach Yahushua is telling them. He's telling them. Matthew 25 and 41. Then shall he say unto them on the left hand, who are the ghosts, and those in the ghost mind, because going back to, we still got to deal with, we hear what Isaiah said, all them joined unto them shall fall by the sword. So that mindset, that's why you say, come out of her. Come out of the mindset of the wickedness that they're doing, that you will not be wicked and come back to the righteousness of the Most High. Because they've erred in the way of truth, right? They err in the way of keeping the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High. So now here we are in their world. In the last days, he said, verse 41 of Matthew the 25th chapter, then shall he say unto them on the left hand, depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me no meat. I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink. And I was a stranger, and you took me not in. Naked, and you clothed me not. Sick, and in prison, and you visited me not. So they got all that set up for us. Then shall they also answer him, saying, Master, when saw we thee and hungry? When we saw you hungry, or thirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee? Then shall he answer them, saying, Verily, truly, I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me. So they ain't doing nothing for us. You done it not to the least of these, you done it not unto the Mashiach Yahushua. Verse 46, the judgment. For these shall go away into everlasting punishment. But the righteous, those that keep the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High, into life eternal. Simple as that. I mean, that's the way it is. So it's very important that we see this and operate accordingly, because we have our answers to look at. That's all in this Bible, giving us an account of how we should be. So I want to look at Acts. Look at Acts, the 20th chapter. In verse 18, it's Paul, concerning Paul. It says, and when they were come to him, Paul, he said unto them, ye know, from the first day that I came into Asia, after what manner I have been with you all at all seasons. So I've been here with you all these seasons, serving the Most High with all humility of mind and with many tears and temptations, which befell me by the lying in wait of the Jews. Because they didn't believe he was converted, and how I kept back nothing that was profitable unto you, giving them the word, as he was filled with the Spirit of the Most High, and had to suffer for Bahashem Mashiach Yahushua, but those that he put to death for Bahashem Mashiach Yahushua. And how I kept back nothing that was profitable unto you, but have showed you and have taught you publicly and from house to house, testifying both to the Jews and also to the Greeks, repentance toward the Most High and faith toward our power of Mashiach Yahushua. So you see, to the Jews and also to the Greeks. So is that to the Israelites or Judah, Benjamin, and Levi and the other tribes that's with them, and to the so-called white people as the Greeks? No. That's why when you look at going back to the Greek Empire, now we in the Roman Empire here. From Matthew on to Revelation, we're in the Roman Empire. When you look at 2 Maccabees, the 6th chapter, why it says to the Jew and to the Greek and to the Jew and to the Gentiles, it's very important that I bring this out, since we have people that are just probably new to this. But 2 Maccabees, the 6th chapter, and verse, look at what they've done. Let's start at verse 1. We're going to concentrate on verse 6, so it's very important. It says, not long after this, the king sent an old man of Athens, wicked Edomite king, sent an old man of Athens to compel the Jews to depart from the laws of their fathers, compel us to not keep the laws of the Most High, our power. The power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's the power of our fathers. When you read Acts 13, go to Acts, the laws of our fathers. Who's the laws of our fathers? Who's our fathers? Acts 3:13. Acts 3 and 13. The power of Abraham, and of Isaac, and of Jacob. The power of our fathers, okay? That's the Most High. He said that's his name forever, the moral to all generations. The power of Abraham, who had a son named Isaac, who had a son named Jacob. But Abraham also had Ishmael, and Isaac also had Esau. But the Most High chose Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You see? So, going back to 2 Maccabees 6 and 1, not long after this, the king sent an old man of Athens to compel the Jews, the Israelites, in the Greek Empire, to depart from the laws of their fathers and not to live after the laws of the Most High. There's a so-called white man doing this. The king, Antiochus Epiphanes. And to pollute also the temple in Jerusalem, and to call it the temple of Jupiter, Olympius. Coming to our temple, what we call it on the Most High, and call it the temple of Jupiter in Olympius. Remember Psalms 96 and 5, for all the gods of the nations are idols. Call it Jupiter, temple of Jupiter, Olympius. And that in Gerizim of Jupiter, the defender of strangers, as they did desire that dwelt in the place. Listen, the coming in of this mischief was sore and grievous to the people. We the children of Israel, to turn away from the Most High's laws, as he wanted us to do. The so-called white king, Edomite king, Antiochus Epiphanes. For the temple was, listen to our temple, our church. Our temple was filled with riot and reveling by the Gentiles, you see? These other nations who dallied with harlots, that's prostitutes, and had to do with women within the circuit of the holy places. Had these women as harlots selling their bodies up in the temple. And besides that, brought in things that were not lawful. You know, that's what they did, to defile us, to have us not be connected with the Most High. Remember, we read in Ezekiel 39 and 23, where the heathen know that we went into captivity for our iniquity, so they know these things. So what you think? They're going to show you the right way to the Most High? No, they don't want you to know how to get closer to the Most High. You see what they did? When we got the temple back, it pissed off everybody. They wanted to start killing us in the provinces that we were in. 127 provinces we were in the Persian Empire. They wanted to kill us. Listen. Who dallied with harlots, prostitutes, hoes, and had to do with women within the circuit of the holy places, selling their bodies and having sex in the temple. And besides that, brought in things that were not lawful. The altar also was filled with profane things, which the law forbiddeth. So all these things they're doing and have done to have us not follow the law, such commandments of the Most High. Neither was it lawful, listen, neither was, so I'm here because it says to the Jew and to the Greek, to the Jew and to the Gentile, right? Neither was it lawful for a man to keep Sabbath days. That's our law. Or ancient feasts. That's our law of the children of Israel. Or listen, or to profess himself at all to be a Jew, an Israelite, against the law. Oh, he's supposed to be put to death. Overstand this, people. So this is why you see in the New Testament, it says, right, to the Jew and to the Greek, because we were Greek. You look at the Greeks, Greek-speaking Jews that took on the customs of the Edomites and so forth. Like it is today. You call yourself American, you take on the customs of your captors. A lot of you don't have the mind of your captors. What they say you do. Do this, they do it. You still enslaved. Your mind's still enslaved. You don't understand getting closer to the Most High. That's why 2/3 of our people, that's double 1/3, is gonna die, man. They're gonna be, like Marshall said, gonna be well in the gnashing of teeth. They're going on with the goats, because all them joined unto them shall fall by the sword. We just read that in Isaiah 13 and 15. Understand this. Listen to what it says. So going back to Paul, that's why you're seeing in verse 21 of Acts the 20th chapter, it's saying, testifying both to the Jews and also to the Greeks, those that are the Israelites, just like us. For example, a lot of you here are Israelites, right? You know that you're Israelites. But at the same time, you have those that are still in a Gentile state of mind. They're lost. They're in darkness. And even though you tell them that they're Israelites, they still are who? No, I'm a Gentile. They say, oh no, the Jews killed Christ. You know, they go to what we went earlier, what I quoted earlier, St. John, the 1st chapter, 11th verse. He came into his own received him not. That's as far as they go. You see what I'm saying? They quoting exactly what they've been programmed to say. Turn to your neighbor and say this. That's what they do. They quoting just what they've been programmed to say, but they don't read verse 12 of John, the 1st chapter. But as many as received him, received of Mashiach gave he power, that spiritual power, to become the sons of the Most High, even to them that believe on Bahasham Mashiach in the name of the anointed Savior. That's how we reach the Most High, for the spiritual power that's going to come from the Most High. Understand it. So here it is. We're looking at our people. That's why he said, testifying both to the Jews and also to the Greeks. So it's just you're going to say the Greeks are so white people. So what about the other nations? What about the Eskimos? What about the Capmodians? Vietnamese. What about them? Just to the Israelites and to the white, so-called white people, that don't make no sense. But it do make sense when you understand that the Bible is talking to the 12 tribes of Israel, and Paul went to the 12 tribes of Israel. Those that are out there buck wild and following this and following that, these that have been through the Greek Empire, not calling themselves Israelites, that we just read in 2 Maccabees 6:6, all the way from the Greek Empire, all the way to the Roman Empire. Mashiach Shina came and dropped the understanding. He's gone now. He's converted Paul in Acts the 9th chapter. We're in the 20th chapter. So what? 11 more chapters later, after he was converted, here he is rolling with the Spirit of the Most High about so much like Abishai. He's saying what he's saying to the Israelites. Saying to nobody else. Look, where you want to go? Romans, we was in Rome. The Romans. Look at Romans 1:7. To all that be in Rome, beloved of the Most High, called to be saints, right? That's what we talk about. Grace to you and peace from the Most High, our Father. Who the Most High is, we just read in Acts 3:13, the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the power of our fathers, right? The Most High is our Father, and the Most High, and the Mashiach Abishai, our Master. You see what I'm saying? So, but it says here, to all that be in Rome, beloved of the Most High, right? This is how you prove who it's talking to. Let's see. Go to Baruch in the Apocrypha 3:36. Who's the beloved? Who's it? We just looking at who he's talking to. Because a lot of y'all go into this Bible and y'all in the New Testament and you don't even know about the New Testament. You don't know nothing about our story. You just know about his story and his religions, how he taught you to bring forth your doctrine that's off. So you're not going to go here to prove this. Prove me wrong then. Romans 1:7, to all that be in Rome, beloved of the Most High, right? Who the beloved of the Most High? Clearly, without a shadow of a doubt. Baruch 3:36. He have found out all the way of knowledge and have given it unto Jacob, his servant, and to Israel, his beloved. Now show me where the Most High say, anywhere in the Bible, you can go anywhere you want to go. From Genesis all the way to Revelation, in between that he said, Edom, his beloved. Ishmael, his beloved. Elam, his beloved. Ham, his beloved. Moab and Ammon, his beloved. Show me. Where is it at? So this letting you know that the beloved that he's talking about is the Israelites. That's who he's talking to. You see? I'll shout it out. Another way we identify who he's talking to all that be in Rome, in Romans 1:7. Beloved of the Most High, just said, Israel, my beloved. And he said in Romans 9:13, as it is written, Jacob have I loved. Right? Called to be saints. Who the saints? Psalms 148:14. See, the Bible answers itself. You just got to know the precepts. You get understanding through the precepts. Psalms 148:14. Defining who the saints are. So these are things that you have to memorize if you can. It's very important because somebody that says it's talking to everyone, and you can say, no, it's not. It's only talking to the 12 tribes of Israel. Remember this, who the saints are. Psalms 148:14. He also exalted the horn, which is the power of his people, the praise of all his saints, even of the children of Israel, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Most High. See? The saints are the children of Israel. Us, the 12 tribes of Israel. So that's who he's talking to. Point blank. But they'll use this Bible and say, oh, this is talking to everyone. You can't go to the book of James and say it's talking to anybody but the 12 tribes of Israel. James 1:1. Real quick. It's amazing how our people have been. I read the new Willie Lynch letter by his great grandson. And he was saying, you want to keep something from us, you put it in the book. And the most important book, I might say, that we should know is this Bible, because it's our records, it's our story. not his story, but our story as the 12 tribes of Israel. Now, who's Book of James? Like y'all, you go to church and they be going, let's go to the Book of James. Let's go to James, this, that, the third, whatever scripture they want to go to, right? James 1:1. James, a servant of the Most High and of the Master of Mashiach Yahushai. I don't like to use that word there, Lord, because that's a European invention. God is dog spelled backwards. Lord represents Baal and Baal. So this is what they're calling him. But you don't know it because you ain't did the research to find out what it is that they inserted here. And y'all calling on this name, and you done made it or gave it a Hebrew name when there's no Hebrew name for this name except for Baal and Baal. And that's what we're doing in idolatry and not serving the Most High. So he called them dogs. And David prophesied in Psalm 22:16, for dogs have compassed me. The assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. They pierced my hands and my feet. Ain't nobody pierced King David's hands and feet. He prophesied about a Mashiach Yahushai. He called them dogs. You see? And they took dog and spelled it backwards and came up with God. And y'all calling on same old same. Lord is Baal, B-E-L, or Baal, B-A-A-L. So that's what they're calling him right here. Jesus Christ. Baal, Jesus Christ. You ready for that? Not only that, it says, James, the servant of the Most High and of the Master of Mashiach Yahushai, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad, greetings, right? To the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad, greetings. So who's it talking to? My brethren, his brethren, who are the 12 tribes of Israel, scattered abroad, greetings. To the 12 tribes of Israel, which are scattered abroad, greetings. Now, how you going to say it's talking to you? Or use this any kind of way to say it's speaking to you when you're not of the 12 tribes of Israel. Understand this? So now I told you about God and Lord. Look it up. Those are European inventions, those names. And that Lord means Baal, B-A-L, or B-A-A-L. We were dealing with burning incense to Baal. We read that, I think, in one of this lesson here. You see? And also, since we on that subject of how they inserted things, look at Revelations 3:14. I'll ask you a question. And it says, and unto the angel of the church of the Laodiceans write, these things saith the blank. In my Bible, I have a red edition Bible. It's red, written in red. So that's the word supposed to be of a Mashiach Yahushai, the anointed Savior, the Messiah, right? So is that his name? Because y'all say this at the end of y'all prayers all the time. Or can I get a blank? Right? But it says, thus says, is that him? Yes or no? Is that him? Is that name? That's him. That's who you call Jesus Christ. Because we already said, hey, we just read where they put Baal or Baal, Jesus Christ. Now, here is saying this is his name. Is that his name? Yes or no? Give me an answer, comment. Thus said that name. And I'm not saying it because I'll show you why I'm not saying it, but that name, A-M-E-N. You always say it all the time. At the end of your prayers, you're still saying it. Is he this, the faithful and true witness, the beginning of the creation of the Most High? Is that his name? So at the end of the prayer, Mashiach Yahushai would tell you to give homage to him and not the Most High. When he prayed to the Most High, he didn't pray to himself. He said the Most High is greater than all. He's greater than him. But he's going to tell you to give homage to him at the end of a prayer. That's his name? Yes or no? Because that's what they put there. Y'all say the Bible and tamper with? Yeah, they got you all twisted. understand this. It's very important that we see this because it is very, very, very detrimental to us if we don't look into why these things are there. Because I showed you earlier how the heathen know that we're in the captivity for our iniquity. So they're going to continue to do things that will have us be looked upon by the Most High and us sinning against him. They're not going to make sure that you're doing the right thing. They're not going to do that. Why should they? They figure as long as they keep you wicked, they're going to bear the rain. I love that. That's man, that's powerful. Go to Exodus 15 and 18. Wow. You know what I'm saying? They think that they're gonna reign forever, right? Look at what's look at this. Exodus 15 and 18, it say the Most High shall reign forever and ever. Hallelujah. That's right. Wow. That's right. The Most High shall reign forever and ever. Don't get it twisted, bro. Man, this is beautiful. So we're not supposed to be calling on the names of these other gods. We're not supposed to be doing it. It's Most High said we're not supposed to be doing that, and if we do it, then it's an abomination. He ain't with that. He's not with us calling the names of these other gods. He said be circumspect and call. Don't make mention of the names of other gods. Period. Don't do it. Don't do it, Yasharala. Much as it's in us, we gotta make sure that we follow what he say do. You know, that's a god. That's an Egyptian god. Look at a dollar bill. That's what they have. That's their spirit. Egypt, Babylon. That's what they represent. All day and all, every day, in every way. So I want to look at going back to Matthew 25, but we didn't finish it. Matthew 25 and verse 44. Then shall they also answer him, saying, the ones that's on the left side, the goats, Master, when saw we thee and hungry, or athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee? Then shall he answer them, saying, verily, I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not unto me. And we the least right now. We the tail, they the head. But we're going to be the head forever and ever and ever. We keep the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment. But the righteous, those that keep the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High, as we read, the righteous be righteous, you got to keep his commandments, into life eternal. You see? That's why Michael Shai told us in go to Revelation 3 and 20. That's the spirit, man. He said, behold, I stand at the door and knock. He's knocking at the door. If any man hear my voice and open the door, his voice is the word of the Most High. He is the word of the Most High. I will come into him and will sup with him and he with me. To him that overcometh, we got to overcome. In this wicked kingdom that we in and the kingdoms that we scattered in. To him that overcometh, will I grant to sit with me in my throne, his powers and authority, even as I also overcame. He's an example. He came here and overcame. and am set down with my Father in his throne on the right hand side of the Most High. He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says unto the churches, right? So we got to overcome. What you got to overcome? Overcome the wiles of the devil. Straight up. 1 Peter 5 and 8. Be sober. Be focused, y'all. Don't be no drunkard. Be sober. Be vigilant. Because why? Your adversary, your enemy, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about seeking whom he may devour. That's his job. That's what he's doing. Whom resist steadfast in the faith. Your faith in the Most High. Knowing that the same afflictions are accomplished in your brethren that are in the world. See? So we got to overcome this cat. All the things that he's trying to do, he have no power if we continue to keep the law. That's why when he came at Mount Sacrifice, after he had fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, all that time he coming at him, what did he do? He went to the law every single time to rebuke him. The thing that they saying that you're not under. You see? He said, look, I must bring it because it might be someone that's first time they hearing this. Matthew 5:17. He said, think not, don't even think that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. That's the Old Testament. So let me ask you, what did he have to go by when he walked the earth? The law and the prophets. That's all he had to go by. That's all that was written. That's why he said, don't even think that I come to destroy the law or the prophets. I come not to destroy, but to fulfill. And he fulfilled what it was written about him, how he would suffer for the 12 tribes of Israel's sins. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, heaven and earth is still here. One jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled. This is what he's saying. Because a lot of you preachers out there saying we ain't under the law. Well, you're not under the law. You're a Gentile. You're of another nation, but you are Israelites. You have to pay for that. Teaching our people that we're not under the law. He got something for you too. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments and shall teach men so, like they saying that we not under the law, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do the law and teach them, which are the laws of the Most High, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. That's what we're looking at. Where you want to be, the least or the greatest. You're gonna be like you say, weeping and gnashing of teeth. You want to be thrown in the lake of fire, or you want to be in the kingdom and being great in the kingdom of heaven. So now, let's look at how it's gonna come about. A little how it's gonna come about. Go to 1 Corinthians 15. 1 Corinthians 15. That's what it's all about. Verse 24. It says, then cometh the end, right? Then cometh the end. So hold that. Hold right there. Then cometh the end, because the apostles, they asked Mashiach Yahushua about this question in Matthew 24:3. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? See? So now when we go to I quoted it, let's go to 2nd Ezra 6 to show you how this end of the world is applied to in verse 7. Jacob and Esau. Look, verse 7. Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times? What's going to be the parting asunder of the times, right? That we living in now and the kingdom to come, as we say. Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times? Or when shall be the end of the first, this world that we in now, and the beginning of it that followeth? The beginning of the world that's following, right? He said, then comes the end. We see that's what we read in First Corinthians 15:24. So they asked him in Matthew 24:3, and of the end of the world, right? So here we see in 2nd Ezra 6:7, then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times, or when shall be the end of the first, that's the end of the world that we in now, and the beginning of it that followeth, right? Beginning of the world that's going to follow after this world that we in now. And he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born, in Genesis 25:25 and 26. Of him, born of Isaac and Rebekah, our foremother, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau, because they was fighting in the womb. For Esau is the end of the world. So meaning the so-called white man would have to be ruling at the end of the world. And Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth, right? That means we got next forever and ever and ever. So they asked him, in Matthew 24:3, as he sat up on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world, right? So now, going back to, since it said Esau is the end of the world and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth, going back to 1 Corinthians 15:24, say, then cometh the end, when he shall have delivered up the kingdom to the Most High, even the Father, when he shall have put down all rule and all authority and power, right? Right? For he must reign till he have put all enemies under his feet, right? So that goes right along with Psalms 110:1, that David prophesied as a prophet. Psalms 110:1. The Most High, both sides said unto my power. That's two lords there. One is all capital letters, one is a capital letter and the O and the R and D, but look up that word Lord, you see that it means Baal and Baal. So sit thou at my right hand until when? Until I make thine enemies thy footstool. You see that? So what is he saying? The Most High said unto my power. So David understood what I told you in 1 Corinthians 3:23, that he was Mashiachim. He was the Messiah. That's why he said the Most High said it to my power. He was dealing with a Mashiach Yahushua, but as an angel, the spirit of the Most High, the top angel of the Most High, the only begotten son of the Most High, as an angel. That's why actually in Hebrews 1:5, what angel Most High called his son? And what angel Most High say, I'm his father, if thou can say. So y'all be trying to say angels, sons of the Most High as angels. What angel? Name them. Ain't nobody named them yet. That's why you asked that question. Scriptures answer everything. So now, as we know, it says, the Most High said unto my power, Hamashiach Yahushai, sit thou at my right hand. The Most High sitting on his right hand, is he? His own right hand? No. Say, sit there on my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. Right? So he prophesying that. So now we come back to 1 Corinthians 15:24. It says, then cometh the end of this world that we in now, when he shall have delivered up the kingdom to the Most High, even the Father, when he have put down all rule and all authority and power. That's power, rule, and authority, right? Because salvation is with these Gentiles right now. This is their heaven, ain't ours. So when you go to Revelation 19:11, and I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, pure righteous power, and he that sat upon it was called Faithful and True. Is his name what we read in Revelation 3:14? That's what I'm saying. You got to look at this, how they inserted that in there. And unto the angel of the church of the Laodiceans write, Revelation 3:14. These things said that name, that Egyptian God, the faithful and true witness. faithful and true witness. Is that a Mashiach Yahushua name? The beginning of the creation of the Most High, right? So here it says in Revelation 19:11, and I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, pure righteous power, and he that sat upon it was called faithful and true. Is that him? That's his name that we just read in Revelation 3:14, if thou can say. That's who you're giving homage to at the end of your prayers. That Egyptian God. And in righteousness, we know righteousness is defined in Deuteronomy 6:25. Righteousness is keeping of the Most High's commandments. So by the commandments of the Most High, he does judge and make war. So he's going to kill those that do not keep the commandments of the Most High. His laws, statutes, commandments, point blank. Look, his eyes were flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, powers and authority going to be given him. And he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood. And that blood, they say, and his name is called the Word of the Most High. And that blood is defined whose blood is going to be in Isaiah, the 63rd chapter. And they tell you that in the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. I happen to have one here. It tells you. Remember, it says Esau is the end of the world. I happen to have one here. And it says Edom, Edomites. It says red. It said the nation and its people who were the descendants of Esau. It says Edom figures prominently in the prophetic scriptures. This is what they know. This is what white men know. Edom figures prominently in the prophetic scriptures as a scene of great future judgments. See notably Isaiah 34:5-6, Isaiah 63:1 down. She is the only neighbor of the Israelites who was not given any promise of mercy from the Most High. Now, what you got to say about that? This from the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. This is what they saying. See nothing I made up. We didn't make this up. You want to keep something from us, you put in the book. So we open up the books and read them and seeing what it's saying to get the understanding from the most spirit of the Most High to be able to deal with this. So now it says, and give you scripture to back it up. Isaiah 34:5-6 and Isaiah 63 down. So it says in verse 13 of Revelation 19th chapter, and he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood. And his name is called the Word of the Most High. That's why he said in St. John 10:30, I and my Father are one. We know Exodus 15:3, the Most High said, the Most High is a man of war. The Most High is his name. So we're going to have warriors and we're going to deal with this humility. But we still got to deal with war. We ain't getting out of it. He come and judge and make war. You heard that? Verse 14, and the armies, plural, which were in heaven, followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword. Let me say, think not that I come send peace on earth, or come not to send peace, but a sword. He said, hey, in Matthew 10:34, we read that earlier. He said, and out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should what? Smite or kill the nations. They ain't reading this. They're not reading this to you up in the church. I know. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron. That's the law of the Most High. And he treaded the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Almighty Most High. That's what he's coming with. So they gave scriptures to back it up. Go to Isaiah 34:5. Isaiah 34:5. And shalom to everyone online. Welcome. It say, this is what they gave. For my sword shall be bathed in heaven. That's on this earth. You know, you got that song, I am in heaven. This they heaven. This ain't our heaven. This our hell. Behold, it shall come down upon Idumea. So let's go into Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary and look at what Idumea means. It shall come down upon Idumea, right? Idumea, pertaining to Edom, Greek and Roman name for Edom. See? The Edomites. So it's going to come down upon Idumea, which represents the Edomites. And not only that, go back to in the Maccabees, first Maccabees, the 5th chapter. Remember what it said? In verse 3, then Judas Maccabees fought against the children of Esau in Idumea. See how it all comes together? You cannot gainsay on this. I mean, listen what we're looking at. This is what they gave us a look at. Isaiah 34:5, right? For my sword shall be bathed in heaven. It shall come down upon Idumea. That's the Edomites. Edom, Rome. That's what Idumea means. And upon the people of my curse to judgment. See? That curse is leprosy. This is what they gave us. The sword of the Most High is filled with blood. It is made fat with fatness, and with the blood of lambs and goats, with the fat of the kidneys of rams, for the Most High has a sacrifice in Basra, which is the capital city of Esau, the Edomites, and a great slaughter in the land of Idumea. That's what he's saying. Because Esau is the end of the world, and they have all the things that they allowing to, most allowing to build up all the things that they're preparing to fight a Mashiach Yahushua. A lot of y'all don't know this. They all together in that. Look. Verse 8. For it is the day of the Most High, the Hamashiach's vengeance. When we said wait on him till he rise up to the prey. It's the day of the Most High, the Hamashiach who's coming to judge and make war, vengeance. And the year of recompense for the controversy of Zion, for the controversies of the Israelites. And the streams thereof shall be turned into pitch, and the dust thereof into brimstone, and the land thereof shall become burning pitch. It shall not be quenched night or day, gonna burn forever. The smoke thereof shall go up forever. From generation to generation, it shall lie waste. None shall pass through it forever and ever. Thus say the Most High. So, this is what we're looking at. Then cometh the end, right? So the end got to come somewhere. Well, they know. And we know. Look at Revelation 6:14. And the heaven departed as a scroll, just like it's a scroll right here, like my shirt. See the scroll? It's a scroll right here. It's a scroll. A scroll. And the heavens departed as a scroll, like that mushroom cloud. That's what it's talking about. The atomic bomb. That's the only thing we can relate to. When they dropped that bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima in Japan, and the heaven departed as a scroll when it is rolled together. You can see a scroll behind me. That's a scroll right there. You see it right there? That atomic bomb going up, then it blows out like a scroll. And the heaven departed as a scroll when it is rolled together. And every mountain and island were moved out of their places. And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, and the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman, and every free man hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains. Got them caves, those silos, and all the different places that they're going to hide in the mountains, right? And said to the mountains, what they're going to say, and to the rocks, follow us, and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne. We just read he coming to judge and make war. And from the wrath of the Lamb. That's what Mashiach Yahushua. For the great day of his wrath is come. And who shall be able to stand? Right? So, it's coming. He said what? What did he say in Revelation 18? In verse 4 again, he said, and I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins. She's very sinful. That's what eyes the Most High upon the sinful kingdom. Now don't be partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. You know the Most High got plagues on this earth right now. Y'all better understand they're coming back to back to back to back. Regardless of however you look at how they're coming, the Most High said he's going to bring these plagues on the earth, and he's using whoever he's going to use to bring them. Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her, double according to her works. Remember, we got double in Isaiah 40, in this lesson, 40 and verse 2. We got double for what we did in breaking the Most High's laws. So now they're going to get double. It says, reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her, double according to her works. In the cup which she hath filled, fill to her double. Say how much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously. So much torment and sorrow give her. But she said in her heart, I sit a queen. I sit a queen. Like got that little queen out there in the harbor in New York. Statue of Liberty. And am no widow. And shall see no sorrow. That's real prideful, right? Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire. For strong is the Most High power who judges her. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see the smoke of her burning, standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that great city of America, that mighty city. How long is it going to take to destroy this place? For in 1 hour is thy judgment come. So that's how I'm going to take up my second shot to do what he's going to do. Now going back to now that we have all this love that we've shown for, let's look at 1 Corinthians 15 and 24. Then cometh the end. We're reading about the end. When he shall have delivered up the kingdom to the Most High, even the Father. My Jacob shall go and deliver up the kingdom to the Most High, even the Father, when he shall have put down all rule and all authority and power. For he must reign till he have put all enemies under his feet. Like David said, the Most High said unto my power in Psalms 110 and 1, sit thee on my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. That's why it's saying. He's going to put down all rule and all authority and power, all power, rulership, and authority. That's salvation. For he must reign till he have put all enemies under his feet. And we read in Psalms 83rd chapter, it named nations as the enemies and the haters of the Most High, and the haters of the Mashiach Yahushua. It said the last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. No more death. That's immortality. For he hath put all things under his feet, but when he said all things are put under him, it is manifest that he is accepted, which did put all things under him. When he put all nations in subjection to the Most High, the Mashiach Yahushua, and the 12 tribes of Israel, it's going to be apparent without a shadow of a doubt that the Most High, who did put all things under the Mashiach Yahushua, is accepted. And when all things shall be subdued unto him, it ain't like they're just going to give up. He said they're going to be subdued unto him. Then shall the Son also himself be subject unto him that put all things under him. Then Mashiach shall go be subject unto the Most High after he ruled for 1,000 years. And the Most High, power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that the Most High may be all in all forever and ever and ever. That's what this is all about. You know, the Most High going to be all in all. Because look what it said. Verse 27, for he have put all things under his feet. But when he said all things are put under him, it is manifest that when he put all the Most High and the Mashiach's enemies under the Mashiach's feet, it's going to be manifest without a shadow of a doubt that he is accepted. He is accepted, which did put all things under him. Not going to be ever hear Mother Nature for the power of the Most High. You will never hear El Nino for the power of the Most High, La Nina for the power of the Most High, global warming for the power of the Most High, and all the hurricanes and floods and tornadoes and fires and earthquakes and volcano eruptions. You're going to know that it is the Most High. He's going to be accepted forever and ever and ever, which did put all things under him. The Most High putting all things under Mashiach Yahushua. He got to come in the glory of the Most High. Most High get the glory for everything. Hallelujah. 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 That's what I said at the end of my prayer. Hallelujah. You know, start with Kodash, Kodash, Kodash. Holy, holy, holy is the Most High. And in the end, hallelujah, hallelujah, the ultimate praise to the Most High. And when all things shall be subdued unto him, then shall the Son of Mashiach Yahushua also himself be subject unto him that put all things under him. That's the Most High, y'all. That the Most High may be all in all. That's what this is all about. Don't get it twisted. You think about yourself if you want to. This is all about the Most High being all in all. And with that, I hope that was edifying to you to know that we warriors, but we got to have that humility, and we're going to bring it when it's time to bring it. When the Most High say we got to bring it. You have no choice. Because you ain't going to disannul the Most High's word and what he say we going to do and how it's going to go down. You know, it's just us having a spirit, like myself, shall be wise as serpents. That's plural, but harmless as a dove. That's humility. Have humility. So it don't mean that you don't have to take care of yourself. Come time you got to take care of yourself to do what you need to do, but you still got to be rolling in humility. Mashiach Shai, he humbled himself, you know. But he's still a warrior. You see what we just reading what he gonna do. He gonna put all these nations under his feet. Now, but he still, like I said, he made himself no reputation and he humbled himself. These are the ways that we got to look at that we reading about that can help us to be able to change, become a new creature. You know, it don't take away from your masculinity of your warriorship, but you got to have a balance here. That's why I started off with Ecclesiastes 3rd chapter. Everything is a balance. You got right, left, up, down, in, out, on, off. All this thing is a balance, man. Everything's a balance. So we have to look at how we're going to please the Most High by humbling ourselves before him, or be prideful before the Most High and see don't he hates you. See what you get out of that. Because that's what you're being taught to be. If you ain't following what the Most High is saying here in these scriptures, look, Ecclesiasticus 10:7, pride is hateful before the Most High and man. See that? Jump down to verse 12. The beginning of pride is when one departed from the Most High. That's contrary to being humble. And his heart is turned away from his maker because it's you more into yourself. Or y'all elevating a man or somebody or a woman or somebody you're elevating beside the Most High. Most High's name is jealous, y'all. He gonna put a lot of people to death because he is a consuming fire. He say gonna melt you. You don't believe him? But understand, you better fear the Most High. Understand this. For beginning of pride is when one departed from the Most High and his heart is turned away from his maker. For pride is the beginning of sin. You see? And he that hath it shall pour out abomination. And therefore the Most High brought upon them strange calamities and overthrew them utterly. So what you gonna do? You got a choice. You choose what you gonna do. You're gonna walk right or you're gonna walk wrong. And if you walk wrong, hey, the Most High gonna deal with you. He gonna deal with you. Understand this, y'all. And it's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of living power. But y'all not afraid. Y'all don't fear the Most High. Y'all talk about fear means something different to you, right? Fear is to be scared, be afraid, to give the utmost respect to the Most High. That's with the end, he's gonna be what? All in all. That's what this is about. Don't get it twisted. You can think about Kwam Yasharala all you want to. Israel ain't rising nowhere. I've been saying that 30 years, man. When we gonna rise? Be longer than that, really, when I look at my songs that we put out. Early 70s and so forth. I mean, longer than that. Come on, follow us to the promised land and so forth. Still saying the same thing. When we rising, what the Most High said, wait you upon him. He gonna deal with it, but we gonna rise for sure. But the Mashiach Shai gotta rise. Sitting down on the right-hand side of the Most High. So that's what David was saying, crying out, rise Most High. Read your Psalms. He said, rise Most High, and deal with his enemies. Prophesying what we got to deal with, because David was taking care of his business. 40 years he was dealing with war, So we just got to be prepared and do the right thing and know that we got to find ways to move the Most High in favor of us. And that's crying to the Most High and having a broken and contrite spirit that he wants us to have before him. You know, because you can't go to the Most High with no pride. You see, you just told you what pride is. Hateful before the Most High, the beginning of abomination and sin. So you make the choice. And I hope that was edifying. And if you like to contribute to Shoulda Woulda We Got Next ministry, you can have a Cash App at $123 Thahawam, THAAHWAM, or PayPal, www.paypal.me/Shield of Wisdom if you want to. And with that, I say all praise to the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Say Krom Abanawa, Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Krom Mashiach Yahushai, and Krom Yasharallah. And I'm out. Shalom.